Hey folks, it's what is it? It's Monday. Hey, how you doing? It's time for viewer levels and followed by TTYD. How you doing? I see we have one level in queue. I see we have two in queue. Another from new viewer, Restore YouTube. I'm gonna move the camera a little bit. I've just realized that this position makes it a little harder to read chat. So let me move it just a bit. That looks fine to me. Hey, how you doing, Rester? Um, so I should start with some quick updates, some channel update type things. I got these written down on these cue cards, which I can pull up. DKC 123. 100% with stakes is tomorrow. That'll be a fun stream around the same time as tonight's stream, 9 p.m. Central. Let me really quickly show the rules there. It's all three games, 100%, which means that I need all bonus games and also Lost Worlds and also collectibles and stuff. I have 2 lives, and that refreshes after each boss. And if I lose both, I go around to the next game, going from 1 to 2 to 3, and then back to 1. Should be a bit of fun. And I got fancy heads representing each of the lives, similar to how I do for Mario Maker towards the end of the stuff. Should be a good time. Hope y'all will check it out. The other thing I wanted to say is kind of a not super channel related, but I have bought a new switcher and splitter. Those are basically the things that handle the HDMI inputs from the various systems and feed it to both the TV and the capture card. And I've sort of had a limitation on that. You might have noticed last week there was a little bit of a hitch where the old switcher that I have, it's maybe like 9 years old at this point, randomly switched to another input. And I've had that happen a few more times, and honestly, I just feel like the switcher might be in its last days, and it's time to replace it. So that's all arriving. I've bought nicer ones, they're sort of newer, the newer ones, and these newer switchers, it can handle 4K 120 frames a second, which means I'm pretty much future-proofed as far as the switchers go. Unfortunately, the splitter is another matter. Apparently, they don't make a splitter that does 4K 120 frames a second. I fucking looked all over the place trying to find one, and the only one I could find was like 140 bucks. And also, people were telling me like, man, this is a thing where I don't think the chips exist, so I'm not sure what this no-name, what this no-name piece of hardware is actually running, because that seems like it's too good to be true. It is what people like technical people were telling me. By the way, I'm thinking about making before. By the way, this is my so I settled with a splitter that does a slightly lower resolution. Does only I'm gonna make these spikes so that this guy can actually kill you if you were to sit around rather than falling into the thing. Anyway, settled on a lesser splitter, and that'll be arriving on Wednesday. And I guess if ever I want to play like Ori at 4K 120 frames a second, I'll just have to plug the TV directly into the switcher without the splitter being involved. It's not like I can capture 120 frames a second anyway, so I technically don't need to split off that amount of frame rate, that high of a frame rate if I ever had it, which will be at least possible now that I'll have it hooked up a little more better than before. My Xbox has been at 1080p as long as it's been in the switcher and the splitter situation, which has been it's not as good, right? Because it's a brand new console. The PlayStation 5 is also brand new, and I got a 4K TV. I ought to be taking advantage of it. Naturally, I can't stream that because my capture card only does 1080, but I should be seeing that. I should be seeing that. So anyway, that's what's going on with me. I've also been actually getting to work on this next level. This is a Cold Ice Comet. It's the second level in the space world, the 7th world of my super world. And let me show you what it looks like right now. So, in the earlier tests of this world, I've showed off some ideas that I have where I want to make that a little less in the way, actually. Modify this. Just get it out the way so as to not block the player so much. I think that's probably better. Don't want to be inconvenient. You know what? Something like this, maybe. Doesn't have to... Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's going to be a little less troublesome. Basic idea behind this level was I wanted to do Lakitus, and I wanted to do sliding, which you might look at this and wonder, like, what happened to the Lakitus, what happened to the sliding? Well, it'll work up to that. It'll work up to that. My basic idea right now is that the first half will be focused on ascending, and the second half will be focused on descending. And there's the Lakitus. They sort of come in after a bit. And here's a little part where you can maybe slide for a second. I don't really like this whole section. I think this is like an interesting proof of concept, but it doesn't quite work. I would like to, real quick, before we do anything else, do just a wee bit of making. Just a wee bit of making here on this channel. And then we'll get into the first of the levels of the night. Here's what I'm thinking. Let me show you something. Hey, Lord Bowser, how's it going? I was just showing off this level, which has... let me just run through it. It'll only take like 15 seconds. This is Cold Ice Comet. Again, sort of one of the last levels of the game. You know, World 7 and all. I should make it so that you can't get up there if you're big. That's kind of annoying to get all up in there. At this point, that's about as far as I've got. Not very long, but I have an idea. First off, actually, I'm gonna cut off this. Make that just a solid-ass wall. Here's the idea. Let me show you. And I have the document cam all set up with the idea. That's right. You can see, where is it in the thing? Okay, the lowest thing is what I'm thinking. So, what I'm looking for is a way to slow this down so that the Lakitus above you are a bit of a threat. Well, I'm sort of cribbing from one of my earlier levels, but I was thinking what I could do is have a bank of vines that you climb across, and that way you'll have to... You know, you can very easily avoid guys that way. Big. Up here. Then these guys will come in. Let's make them a little lower so they're a little more present. And also because you're on vines, you won't be able to see the thing. Oh, sorry, you're right. I didn't bring down the blueprint. There we go. Thank you, Wesley. So, I just put up these vines similar to the blueprint. And move those guys, so now you'll be able to like platform across a vine bank here. Now the only thing I have to be worried about, I should be worried about, is that if I recall these vines, do they take enemy slots? If so, it might be a problem having a ton of them. We might need to be a little bit reserved with their usage. Let me just see what exactly they use up. Well, you can have a lot of them, it looks like. Not maybe an infinite amount, but still a lot. Still, this is for the whole level. This is for the whole level here. Yeah, you can definitely have a lot of them. You don't make plans, you just go with the flow. I got you. That's, you know, you're new to it, so you know, you can be like that at first. I personally, you know, I tend to have a lot of ideas, develop them out. I guess you can have a whole fuckload of them, huh? Maybe if I use them, like, the least bit the least bit like, whoa, I was just seeing some weird capture card things. Whoa, what the fuck? Wow, that is reproducible. If I move it over one, it starts really getting all wild. That is weird. I've never seen that particular capture issue. Maybe I don't really have to worry about this. It looks like the limit is well and above, you know, reaching just spamming these vines. And also, you know, they do take up only one slot per, like, vertical square. Yeah, I've never seen that thing. Does it happen if it's, like, this big? No, it doesn't happen when you're zoomed in. What about when you're zoomed in like this, I wonder? That is peculiar. That, Oh, it didn't do it this time. Okay, there it goes. There's, like, certain extents to which it actually starts happening. That's really bizarre. Anyway, thinking something like this, maybe that'll make the guys more threatening. The way that I have it sort of hooked up right now is that the way that I have it right now is that these vines are covered in blue blocks, which I'm sort of thinking to mean, like, kind of like climbable snow. Does that make sense? Like slushy parts of the snowbanks. That's sort of how I'm styling it in my head. I'm not sure if that really makes sense. But, could be cool. Add a little bit of, background here. And I think it'll make sense. Does that look good? Let me see. It looks okay. Definitely some promising ideas coming along, and you know, we'll continue working on them, and you know, they'll all come together eventually. I think the start's good. I think I have a good start, and eventually I'll get where I'm going. Let's start in on some of these viewer levels. How about that? How does that sound? Thank you, folks, for coming by and giving me them. Now let's get into the first one now. For those who are new, let me tell you how we do things here on this here channel. If you are here when your level comes up, I will give it the full time of day, which means 15 minutes plus, outside the lightning round, 15 minutes plus 5 last tries, if that's not enough. If you are not here, I still play the level, but I do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, wherein I only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. So that's how we do things here. I think it's a bit of fun, and I hope y'all will enjoy. All right, apply T. Is that an S or a 5? T5. W. 0. 1G. Fantastic. Wesley is here. That's right. Thank you for confirming. Flying high. Let's go ahead and give it a go. This is a speedrun technical. 4% clear rate. Not too hard. Let's go ahead and put 15 minutes on the clock. And let's get going. Okay. Got another power-up for the one I lost. Boo. Okay. Gotta figure out how to do that properly. Now, this might be a case where really you can't, and you just have to get by Yeah, I think maybe just the thing I was doing, getting up the thing. Yeah, doing a P-switch jump, that would also work. For those who are wondering, I don't know if anyone's wondering, Wesley is somewhat new to Mario Maker. This is, what, your third level? How many levels have you made since the Friday stream, Wesley? Curious.
Oh no!
You made 3. 3 since or 3 total? That's exciting. When you're just starting out this game, I feel like even like when I was starting out this particular game, it's always like it's very easy to get a lot of ideas out really quickly and really just have a lot of fun with it. Fuck off, P-switch. Since Friday, 1 in all 3. In all 3. Okay, here we go. That jump is hard. That one right there. You could also, I would say, checkpoints. Really good thing to practice with. Just really nice thing you can put into a level to make it so that, you know, the hard parts you only need to do so many times, right? Once you get to a certain point. I don't need to tell you how checkpoints work. You know how checkpoints work, don't you? Yee. Jeez. Next time we got okay. Let's do this right. I wonder if there's possibly a way to do it so you don't take damage at all. Haha, look at that. I didn't take any damage whatsoever. Oh, I did take damage there. 1 since Friday in all 3. Gotcha. Dang it. Oh, shit. I took a hit. There we go. You can cheese it like that. Yeah. You can. Oh, if it's cheese, though. This, to me, feels like intended. More intended, perhaps, than the take damage route, you know? Let's go. Oh, wow, that looks really nice. All right. Back to this part. Go. Yeah, we can just go. Oh, fuck me. Oh, double fuck. It's really hard to jump high and not grab that thing. I don't know if you know that. Alright. By the way, Bowser, did you get a level in? I don't think you have yet. I wonder what you'll have for us today. Bowser has had some really good stuff last couple weeks. I'm gonna be honest, clear checking this level to publishment almost gave you a stroke. Yeah, a hard level can do that to you. Well, I guess give you a stroke, not so much, but hard levels are hard as hell. Clear check or otherwise. I guess you didn't have it in you to put a checkpoint in and have to do it twice. Or like do parts of it twice over, huh? Alright. Okay, let's... There we go. Okay. Ooh. What's the world record for this, by the way? Around a minute? Okay. Gotcha. So that's about... There we go. That's what we wanted to do. There we go. That's nice. Okay, back to this part. Back to this part. We can just jump and go. Dang it, if you don't hold down the run button, it's hard to get the distance you need. But the run button also will take the switches you need and pick them up. Kind of a catch-22 there. Okay. Jumping over here. Jumping over here. If you just, like, mostly go... Fuck!
Oh no!
Ah. Ah. Fuck. If you mostly just go forward during the first section here, these things will be roughly timed out good. Roughly. But, you know, that's not always super reliable, huh? Wish you had Yellow Toad as a playable character. That'd be good. I don't have any strong feelings about Toads. Color-wise. Kind of okay with goddamn low ceiling. Goddamn spikes.
Oh no!
God. Okay. Wow, you love Yellow Toad? That's a pretty specific thing, but I guess... You know, I guess it is in, Yellow Toad, big playable character in, like, Yellow Toad is a playable character in, like, some of the new U's, right? So I guess I could see how someone would come to have an affinity for Yellow Toad in particular. There we go. Got through those parts. Get on the P. And get this. Jump. Float. I'm gonna grab this P, because the P switch means I cannot grab other fucks.
Oh no!
You don't like Toad Basic? Gotcha. I can't grab another P switch while I'm holding that P switch, which is great. But at the same time, I can't do I can't do a boosty boost as Squirrel while I'm holding it, so it's sort of a give and take. Thank you for the level, Bruno Bullax. Motherfucker. Okay, good. We're got it. Fine. Thank you. Okay. Shoot me. Crap. Yeah, screwed. Ugh. 4% clear rate, huh? That, to me, seems a mite bit high for this level. Did you go to, some streamers who are, like, extremely good at the game or something? That would be my guess. Because, like, yeah, this level seems to be more of the... Seems to be more like... God damn it.
Oh no!
You were thinking about making it so you can only have one power-up, but that would have killed you? Yeah. Yeah, that would have killed me as well, also. It would have killed multiple people. Huh. No, it's high because no one's really played it. It depends on who your first people to play a level are, you know? Some people get a level, and they just give it a few tries, and then they give up. And, you know, honestly, I've seen, personally, in my experience, that's more common. Where a level clear rate will be lower than it otherwise would be. Because, because the first people give up more than, are less persistent than perhaps other people would be for the level. So it seems like you just got, whoever got the level first, you just got luck of the draw, someone really good maybe. That would be my estimates. Really high, just because whoever played it, really fucking good at the game. God damn it. God. Double.
Oh no!
Got like 2.5 minutes left here, folks. Let me say again how this works for those who joined late or are first timers. If I cannot complete a level in the 15 minutes I give myself five last tries, and then we have to move on. And that'll be, by the way, the 5 tries, they do refresh at checkpoints if there were to be checkpoints in the level. So whenever we would get to the new one, to a new checkpoint, the tries would refresh. That is how we do things. That's how we operate. Go, get rid of that. I feel like I want to keep... Damn it! I don't really have that much control. If I can get past... Okay. A new area. Look at that, we did it. That, well... Turns out all we needed to really do was get to the end with a mushroom in hand. You know, at least a hit to spend. At which point we could just damage boost through it. And that was the world record as well by a good like 20 seconds, 15 seconds or so. Let's put a stamp there. So tough. There we go. That is rather tough. Wild Wesley. Or Wes, as you like to be called. Thank you. Let me take down the timer. Let's see that is complete. Mark this complete. Let's see the next level. The next level is from Wrestler YouTube or YT. Wrestler YT. Are you here? Please confirm if you are. If you're not, we will still play the level, but it will be in very nearly but not quite sudden death, which is a whole thing on this here channel. I think it's a bit of fun. Anyway, I'm gonna punch in the code, and why don't I talk about something that I've seen recently that was on the television and the HBO. That is right. Yesterday, I watched. Oh, that's not right. I'm planning on getting a new Switch too. I'm gonna try to get. My Switch has been acting up a little recently. The fan has been making a lot of noise, and apparently you can't really repair those. So I'm looking at OLED switches. I'm gonna try to get a Splatoon Switch, and if it turns out on like Friday or whatever they're really hard to get, I'll just get a regular OLED one. I watched episode 1 of House of the Dragon. Thought it was okay. I don't know. There's a lot of dumb stuff in there, lot of stuff that you see and you're like, oh, that's gonna be really easy to make fun of. Like, it takes place like 200 years before Game of Thrones or whatever. It's about Matt Smith. He is named Daemon Targaryen. He's an evil brother. You're set out to make some of the hardest levels. I'll say it's not bad for your third one. Yeah, you'll get there. You'll get there if your intent is to be a little fucker. To be a fucker. Will. Or, sorry, Wes. Wild Wes. Somehow I shortened wild to Will. Anyway, so there's a Targaryen. He is a little bit of an asshole. His brother is the king, and he doesn't like that very much. And well, there's a bunch of stuff I would love to make fun of. I guess it would be a little spoilery to do so, though. I think the thing that really that really hit me, not having seen Game of Thrones in like however many years since it came out. The thing that really hit me. Let's do the super world. Let's do the super world of Rixler. And put it the tries left. Very nearly, but not quite sudden death. 2 tries on the board since he is not here. Let's go. The thing that really hit me watching House of the Dragon. First off, I don't think it's nearly as good as like Game of Thrones at its peak, right? Like, comparing this to the pilot of Game of Thrones is like, there's not really that much there. It's not really that well put together. Matt Smith is kind of a fun guy, but he's it's no first episode. It's not up to the standard of season 1 of, well, that was easy. It's not really up to season 1 of Game of Thrones, but it's a lot better than maybe the last 4 seasons of Game of Thrones, which is nice. There's the costuming is good. There is some interesting set design, I guess, and it's a bit of fun. There's a bit where Matt Smith is making fun of a baby, a dead baby, and it's very funny. And then he says, then his king dad or his king brother calls him in and said, "Hey, did you make fun of my dead baby?" And Matt Smith says, "Well, everyone copes differently, my lord," which is very funny. The idea of making fun of a dead baby as a coping mechanism, like, that's a good excuse. Basically, he's like, yeah, no, the baby was a heir for a day. The heir for a day, and now I'm back to being the heir? That's pretty sick. I'm the heir again, what do you want? And it's gonna be a whole big thing, it seems, this series. I'm sure the basic struggle will be like, he wants to be king, and other people want him to not be king because he's a dick. And it's fun. It's a bit of fun. The thing that really struck me, not having watched Game of Thrones in forever, is the after the episode part, which I had somehow completely forgotten about. You're watching the episode and you're like, oh yeah, that's good. And then the after the episodes comes out and they just explain what happens to you in excruciating detail. They'll be like, hey Paul, what's up? What will I never guess? They will say like, hey, so the king here, he doesn't really like to do war, and that is why he is being all passive and stuff. And you're just watching and you're thinking like, wait, okay, that's fair, but like, why couldn't you convey that through scenes and dialogue? Why do you have it at the end of the episode? Tell us like, here's what you guys should have realized. This guy doesn't want war. This guy, this Targaryen king, he doesn't want war. This other thing is, and they were also saying, it's like, we wanted to make clear that this guy doesn't want war, so that's why he's being all passive and stuff. And you're just thinking like, you could have just conveyed that with the episode and the dialogue and the things that happened. I'll tell you, I didn't really pick that up myself because it was kind of subtle and shit. And I guess I appreciate you just going out and telling me what I'm supposed to have picked up, because otherwise I'd be quite confused when that mattered. Right? And then there's other parts where they're like, yeah, there was a part where there's a prophecy that we made up. We wanted to tie the series together, which is very funny to me, the idea that they need to, like, tie Game of Thrones to its predecessor, right? Like, they're set in the same world. They have some of the same sets and locations in it. Isn't that tied together enough? You need to have, like, extra through lines? Seems weird to me. I don't know. Thank you for the level, Wrestler. You like being spoon-fed story arcs in shows like a little child? Yes, yes. That's what it feels like, sorta. You're just like, oh, yeah. It was also funny after the episode, they didn't mention anything about Matt Smith dumping on a baby, which was very funny. Very funny. I like when shows assume I'm an imbecile, says Paul. Yes, yes. We completed that one, that level by Wrestler YouTube. Let's go to the next one. Next one is from Fruno Blax. Fruno Blax, go ahead and confirm you're still here. If you're not, we will do so in we will play the level, but in very nearly but not quite sudden death. Fruno is here. Hell yeah! Let me take down the sudden death then. Won't be needing that. Fruno confirmed. Fantastic. Anyways, show's okay. I've watched, the first episode's pretty good. I'll watch more. Not really feeling super strong about it, but it's fun. Let me tell you one other show I've been watching last few days. I think I'll show your grace today. Oh, I think I'll show you grace today and not submit my bomb level. Thank you, Paul. Thank you. I first read that as your grace, like they say on Game of Thrones a lot. That's how they address the king or queen. They say your grace. That's a weird way to address me. I am no king after all. I was gonna go with it if that was your direction, but that was not what you meant. That's not what you said. Speedrun airship. 50 seconds. Let's go. 15 minutes on the clock. Let me tell you one other show I've been watching. HBO's Rome. I was looking through HBO shows for, like, what to watch next after I finish The Wire, right? But this is nicely themed. I like all the helicopters and, like, various other air vehicles. They're very easy to read what they're supposed to be. Despite the limitations of Mario Maker, I suppose. Nice indicator. What? Maybe if I had kept moving, the ground would have been in view there, and I would have known to keep going. Yee. There we go. Your grace, I'll show you grace today. Again. Not asking anyone to address me as your grace. I am no king. I am no king. That's how they talk on Game of Thrones. They say, I am no king, and you are no lady. Oh, here's what we do. We figured it out. We figured out what we were supposed to do there. Anyway, HBO's Rome. I was looking through various shows on HBO, trying to pick out one to rewatch. I've been thinking about other ones. I went by Carnival. I went by I considered Carnival. I considered nice cosmetics with this one. Yeah, it's really nice. I considered Carnival. I considered True Detective for a second, and ultimately what I landed on was HBO's Rome, which is a really great series. I really like it a lot. I've been just sort of, putting it on, just letting it roll. Just letting it keep going. And it's been really fun. I'm in the middle of the first season. I've seen it before, by the way. It's just a really fun, like, historical drama. There's some good characters, and also, a lot of historical figures. And also a couple of, like, original characters that they invented because, they can't just have Julius Caesar be, like, the only motherfucker out there, right? weird how you can go over here at this point. This kind of feels unintentional. Probably because it is unintentional. Julius Caesar's running around. They're all doing things. You know, you got Octavian. You got all sorts of members of the Julii and, what's his name? Pompey the Great. Pompey Magnus. All sorts of factions. All sorts of conflict going on. You know, Julius Caesar is marching on Rome. All sorts of good stuff. And also they got a few, like salt of the earth characters that they invented, and they sort of just weave these guys into history. You know, it's like, who in the show, I guess because they can't just have, like, okay, who finds the gold that is being, like, stolen from Rome? Just some soldiers. They can't have that. Instead, it's like, these two guys, Titus Polo and Lucius Vorenus. They're running around doing all sorts of things. They're, like, finding, they find the lost standard of Julius Caesar. They find, like, the gold that is being smuggled out of the city. They run into Pompey Magnus at one point as he is fleeing. He is fleeing his defeat, which, you know, spoilers for history, I suppose. Pompey Magnus does not win the Civil War against Julius Caesar. And it's just fun to see them, like, run into all these guys and Julius Caesar reacting to these two random guys happening to just, like, stumble into historical events. He's just like, well, shit, I guess the gods love them. Because that's the only explanation that makes sense to me why these guys would keep, you know, having huge things happen to them. Thank you for the levels. We need some more levels. We are out of levels. We have completed that one. And by the way, if anyone wants to get in any more additional levels, I would welcome it. That is all good with me. I guess if there are no levels, I could play some of my own for starters. Hey, Seagull, I'm doing well. Let me wrap back around to what I was showing at the start, which is the level I'm working on, Cold Ice Comet. Sort of a level set on a comet in space. And, well, you won't start off big for this, so let me make myself small. You got the bomb level ready for me? Oh, boy. So this is Cold Ice Comet. The basic idea here is sort of a level wherein you go up and then you go down. So you'll start with the first half of the level. You'll be climbing up, you know, going... Shit. You'll be going up one level at a time, and you'll have to be a little more careful, I guess, about those guys. You'll climb under these lakitus, and you'll maybe have to do some dodging. Raise this guy up a little bit. Try that on for size real fast. I guess the question is, like, how can you actually avoid these things as they're coming down? Maybe it's just a little bit scary here. These guys. Make it a little scarier. Let's make it a little scarier. Three lakitus. Winged lakitus, no less. Yeah, by the time they're really starting up, you can really be out of danger already. Huh. That's sort of a interesting thing about that. Put up some blocks here. By the way, we got another level from Bruno, so we will absolutely be doing that next. But first, I'm just gonna put up some blocks here, and let me show you one of my completed stages. Why don't I do that? Sort of mix up. You know, given the choice, I feel like it's best to, like, sort of intersperse levels from the same person, you know, if it all makes sense, you know. Paul, if you want to give me that level again, I would absolutely play it. You don't have to do it every time, and of course, if you have any other levels, maybe I could see those today? Maybe? Let's see. Let's see, what's a good one to show? showed last time one of the levels from Frosted Forest, Bonehead Bramble. Why don't I show Honeycomb Hollow? Because this level, this older level, actually hits on some of my ideas that I'm using in my new level. Specifically, climbing on walls was a big part of this level as well. So in this level, it similarly had walls that were like covered in vines and also yet yellow blocks. And the idea behind that was that they were honey. You know, you're basically climbing up walls of honey on the outside of this beehive. That is at least the high-end concept here. Whoop, fuck. It's fine. It's fine. Yep. Go ahead and this. By the way, how are y'all doing? It's Monday. Hope y'all had a good weekend. I had a pretty good weekend. I mostly slept. But once I was all awake and shit, you know, I had a reasonably good time. Does that make sense? Reasonably good Sunday. Chilled out. Watched some stuff. Another streamer that I like came back after a long absence due to COVID. Name of Judo Uno. I don't know if y'all know Judo. But Judo had a stream yesterday. That's quite fun to watch along with that. Hey, Trebucket, how's it going? You have sty on your left eye, but you're hanging in there. Jeez, okay, shit. That's a shame. That's bad, right? Sty, it's like a disease, is that right? Go in this pipe. Good that you're hanging in there at least. Alright, that's the level. Let's play Fruno's level. Play Fruno's level right now. Next level up is Fruno's. Now, what kind of level, I wonder, has Fruno given us? Let's find out. F. Sty is when you get an irritated eyelid. It hurts to blink. I got something like that sometimes, actually. I don't know if it's like the same thing, but sometimes I'll have like a little inflammation or a little sore part of my eyelid, and it'll hurt to blink. It kind of sucks. This level's okay, says Paul. Thank you. Okay, giving me an okay level. I appreciate that. How does one make a shell jump? Man, I don't really know. Don't ask me about shell jumps. That's not really my expertise. My expertise is traditional stuff. And, you know, like, normal-ass platforming. I'm not really... The Kaizo tricks, I don't really got them down. You know, and I'm not really, like, super interested in, like, learning, like, obscure jump tricks, right? I'd rather just play the game as a normal game. Let's go ahead and put 15 minutes on the clock. Whoa! It's kind of hard to... Gotta time it specifically. There we go. That's what we were looking for. Aha! That's interestingly set up. Ooh. Shit. Okay, I see what we did wrong. I see what we did wrong. We gotta go to the door. You're in for a rough night if I get this level done. 15 minutes of a rough night. Oh, we just jump on the first one. We don't have to spin jump on the first one. Jump over it. The indication did not indicate, well, how would it, right? But it was not clear from the indicator which way you were supposed to go. Or which way you were supposed to spin. I guess you can't see the Z until that guy is gone, so, you know, it would make sense, I guess, for it to be for the way back. Anyhow. There we go. Second room. How many rooms, I wonder, are there? Checkpoint. Perfect. Ah. Wesley is working on a or sorry, Wes is working on a shell jump level. Oh, you're fine. I'm gonna take my time with this level. It's bad to rush it. That's true. Yeah, gotta take your time, figure things out one thing at a time. Okay, I think I figured out. I think I figured out the way here. Jump over here. Hang out on this guy for a second. Over like this. Beautiful. What? Through the door? Okay. Up, 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 up. Right. There we go. That feels good. There was a key door in the previous area, right? Oh, that was the way I came in. That's right, okay. That was the way I came in before the checkpoint. Just locked after the checkpoint, you know? Which makes total sense. This is very well put together. I like how this guy moves slow due to the lava. Makes for some very natural, like... Makes for a very natural platform. Very natural platform to use. A lot of these areas are very easy to read. I'm fucking saying reading now. These areas are very easy to figure out on the first go. Nice. They have very good indicators, very good, like... It's very clear as you play it what you're supposed to do. For various reasons, not just indicators, but also, like, you know... There's very little else you can do in some of these cases. Oh shit. What? What do you do there? Well, let's... Next time. Figure it out. I think jumping over those guys without necessarily spinning on them was correct, so... There's something else to do here. By the way, I've, done a bunch of these cards today, but I'll say I haven't prepared that many of them. These cards, sort of like cue cards with things I want to talk about. I think I've been preparing maybe a little too many of them in previous streams. Just, as a result of that, I've been having to, like, just rush through them at a certain point, right? And just go like, okay, well, let me just do another one of those, and another one of those, and another one of those. And it's a little ridiculous. Okay, we just have to gun it. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. I think we might be at the end here. Ah, fuck! Thanks, GG. Nice. Thank you for the level. If we had been able to collect that T, like when it was coins, it would be Hanks. Hex GG. Wesley is going into lurk mode. Appreciate ya being here. In any case, GG's from Fruno and Tribucket. Appreciate it. That was a good level. Very nice little speedrun, technical platform level. Good, very well put together. Let's see now. Nice, that's what it is. That describes this level in a nutshell. I'm gonna hit complete. And let's see the next level. By the way, like I said before, tomorrow night, Tuesday night, I'm doing a Tuesday stream. Don't always do a Tuesday stream, but the plan is for tomorrow, I'm doing DKC 1, 2, 3, and basically the concept is, let me get that thing up. The concept is I'll have 2 lives to complete. I'll have 2 lives, two tries, and they refresh with bosses, and if I lose both, I switch games. So going from DKC 1 to 2 to 3 and back to 1 if I were to go around the loop. So should be a bit of fun. Should be like high stakes, trying to get through, I guess, as much as I can without dying twice in a row, or twice in a world. Should be a bit of fun, and it's a bit more involved than the last time, since last time I did something like this before, but I only did any percent during that stream. This will be 100%, so I'll need bonus rooms, I'll need decoy coins, and I'll need to do the bonus levels in the games that have them, which is maybe a little more fun, you know. Look forward to that tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Central. It says next Tuesday. That's now tomorrow Tuesday. This Tuesday. I guess I should have edited that before starting tonight. Ah, well. That's tomorrow. That's tomorrow. And it might be next Tuesday as well, honestly. I'm thinking, like, we'll probably do, like, half of it. Or, like, half of the games. I'm not expecting to go, like, 8 hours or something and actually finish all 3 of those games. Or however long that would take. Paul's level is next. Paul is here. Perfect. Let me go ahead and punch that in. And let's do this. Anyway, geez, what I was saying about cards. I'm thinking in the future, I'm planning on, like, using them a little less. And maybe, like, focusing them just as, like, a start of the night, like, here's the things I want to talk about right off the jump, right? Like, today I was talking about how I got new splitters and a new splitter and a new switcher coming. I got you know, the DKC thing tomorrow and a few other things that I've been watching or seeing. Just sort of something to say at the stop of the stream. I got more today. Let me show one of them. Oh yeah, I just heard about this. Glass Onion is the new Knives Out movie, starring the same detective from Nights Out. That is coming out in like the end of the year. That'll be pretty fun. It's on Netflix in limited theaters, whatever that means. Which probably just means just watch it on Netflix if you're not like an Academy Award carer. If you're an Academy Award person, then yeah, this technically meets the criteria for that, I'm sure. Nice. Well, looking forward to that. Knives Out was a great movie. And that would be very fun. That'll be very fun to watch. You know, hell. That would be fun. You know what? That would be fun to do. That'd be fun to do, like, as a watch thing. Shit. Oh, also, I need to reset the timer. 1 second, I will do that right fast. There we go. Timer is reset 15 minutes. This level seems fun, by the way. I like the use of slopes. Have a nice little part where you, like, slide down some slopes. I feel like, obviously it's on Netflix, so, like, an official Amazon Prime watch party isn't really in the cards. But that would be fun for, like, a Discord watch party where, like, a bunch of people just, you know, sync their Discords and, you know, sync up their Netflixes through some sort of app and we'll watch it together. I think that'd be fun, right? That's probably the kind of movie you could do that with pretty easily. Due to like, oh, you know, it's all mystery stuff, right? So you'd probably watch along and go like, oh, okay, fuck. I was trying to get to that question mark block. Maybe that was a huge, silly thing to do. Maybe that'd be a fun thing to watch on Discord. I bet there's gonna be all sorts of watch parties come December for that and all sorts of Discords. I wouldn't be surprised. Don't know if that would be a thing on our Discord, or like my Discord. I'd probably just do it on like a bigger Discord. You know, like watch along with the Rikers Market community or something, or the Min-Max community or some such. You know, rather than doing it as my own thing. But that'd be fun. That'll, you know, near Christmas, probably some people have time off or all the time in the world to hang out and watch a movie. That would be, I think, good fun for everyone. I think it's really cool too, like how they're doing it. You know, with taking the character from Knives Out, the detective, and just giving him some more mysteries to solve that are hopefully similar thematically, kinda. Thank you for the level, Paul. It was quite nice. It insert an uncool name. Good work. Nice, light, kind of traditional, straightforward level. I appreciate the opportunity to slide. I've said before, you don't see that much in levels these days. Just a place where you can slide down a slope and kill a bunch of guys. That's sort of something I want to do in this level here. You know, have some opportunities for sliding. But, you know, it's all very early right now, so it's there's nothing really to show as far as that goes. Let me show another level. Let me show another level of mine, since we are currently tapped as far as levels go. And also tell you what, after this level, the next level will be done in the lightning round. So the lightning round is imminent. And if we continue not having any levels, we'll cut it off. We'll cut off all viewer levels, and we'll go on to Thousand Year Door, which I am continuing on with after this, after the viewer levels tonight. GG from Lord Bowser. Lord Bowser, do you have something for us tonight? I would love to play one of your stages. You got a lot of good ones, after all. I'm going to show you another level that I'm sort of thinking about when I'm thinking about, like, what I can pull into this new level, specifically in the part where you're climbing up. So when you're climbing up in this new level, Cold Ice Comet, I'm thinking it'll sort of be like a climbing focused levels with a little bit of like tires and stuff. And this level right here, this is Frosted Forest, is a level in which you are climbing big sections of vines. So it's sort of very similar to what Cold Ice Comet is going for, but a little different, of course. You know, of course, it's gonna be a little different. Heyo, it's Plastic Bags. How you doing, Plastic Bags? Let me give you a shout out, Plastic Bags. Plastic Bags here is a streamer as well. It streams like mostly Rocket League, I believe. Is it mostly Rocket League, or have I just happened to only see you doing Rocket League as if by coincidence? Well, sure enough, last time you were streaming, it was Rocket League. They seem very cool. Plastic Bags is, I know him from McClunky's channel. McClunky is Plastic Bags is, another person, another one of McClunky's homies. McClunky has a lot of homies. Plastic Bags is one of them. You do a little bit of Osu. What is Osu? Not really familiar with Osu. OSU. Let me think. What would that be? OSU. This level again is based around climbing these vines, and you got these fuzzy beetles, and you got these ghosts to deal with, and you got a spike helmet, which is very fun to use when you're climbing on them. It's a circle clicking game, huh? You mean like an idle game? Or is that like a music game? Like a music game, like a rhythm game? Right, I think I've seen, whoops. I think I've seen some of that before. It's like sort of a thing that's from Japanese arcades, is that right? And here at the end of the level, you get a bit where you're actually climbing vertically. It suddenly becomes a vertical level. And, you know, you climb through the tree, and you get to the last couple of bits, and there's some guys who shoot at you. That's over. With this level, I went through a lot of work. It's a music rhythm game, that's right. I put in a lot of work to disguise its nature for the longest part of the level. For most of the level, it is in fact stealthily avoiding tipping its hand as far as being a vertical level in a very simple way. I mean, you can look at the overall summary. Let's see. Let me see if you have any clips of it. I think I've seen it. It's the one where like there are circles like going outwards, and you sort of have to touch them or something. You know, at least, and I think in like Japanese arcades, it's like a touchscreen. So you're sort of like tapping it, sort of like Elite Beat Agents, but a lot more hectic. Is sort of my impression of it. Maybe like the circles are coming in, and when they get like all the way, you're supposed to tap them. So here, you see here, this is the first room. From this door, you can see this area over here, but it's not actually over here. It's actually all the way up here. And I use this to create the illusion of larger spaces than otherwise would be possible in a vertical level. You see here, instead of being a 2-screen wide area, it looks to be a 3-screen wide area with a pipe at the end. And so is roughly the case for this other part of the subworld right here, which doesn't tip its hand until you go into here. And then suddenly, you're in a vertical shaft that goes down and down and down and down. Far more screens than would be possible in a horizontal level, which I think is just a really neat reveal. And I always wonder, like, does anyone else notice? Did anyone else notice that this was the case, or is the illusion just sort of like a little bit too high level for most people to realize? You have 0 Osu clips on your channel, you mean? Gotcha. All right. That is Frosted Forest, just showing off one of my own levels, sort of while waiting for some new ones to come in. Let's see, we got one here from... Let me pull up the next level. We got here from Paul, and by the way, like I said, it is now lightning round time, and you know what that means. It's time for the lightning round. During the lightning round, I only have 5 tries to beat the level. 5 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoint, and 7 for subs. Subs get an extra 2 heads that are represented by a bonus head that is randomized. Let me show you what that looks like. So, get these up. Then I randomize it. And it could be anything. It could be plastic bags. Yeah, you can't post a link. You could DM it to me on Discord or something if you wanted me to look at it later. I think I got the idea, though. Or you could post it on the Discord however you like. So there are heads here for bonus for subscribers such as Yoshi, who is pretty new. I only added Yoshi like last week. And also, the randomization is pretty new as well. Previously, they weren't randomized like this. But there's Luigi, there's you see Peaches in there, and there are some ones that aren't even Mario related that are, really not as likely. Like, look at there, we got the Simpsons in that case. A lot of cool heads for you to get if y'all were subs. Very cool. Let me take those heads down. And Paul, you are here, correct? I guess Paul was present when the last level was completed, so I think that counts. Again, the way this works and the way it works still is that if you are not here when your level comes up, it's very nearly but not quite sudden death for your level. But I think I'm gonna count this since I was. If this is a little delayed, it's only because I was vamping and playing my own levels, so I think we're good. Also, Paul is there. Fantastic. Let's go. 5 tries on the board. Here we go. If you want to give me your bomb level right now, that would be perhaps the least time we would ever spend on it right now during the lightning round. Well, unless we did it in sudden death. This is cool. Like this, sort of an acrobatics level, I suppose. Oh, that probably had a power-up in it. Now it's a guy. Feel like I'm supposed to be going up. Aha! Platform. Gotta ride the platform now. Ah, this is a nice, relaxing platform ride. Put down the controller. Not gonna worry. If I see a Magikarp, I might have to pick it up. Nope, I'm good. They can't fucking get me. Look at that. Winning by doing nothing. Nearly nothing. Alright, there's a checkpoint. Alright, now we're just gonna use guys like this. Well, they're fine. Doop. Oh, fuck me. What? That was a surprise. I guess that thing had an item in it, so it would not crack when you landed on it, but that sort of surprised me. Took me unawares, so I did not land on it properly. There we go. Aha! P-balloon, that's what we need. I'm curious, what's in these? Mushrooms. Gotcha. Bonus, you know, 1-up mushrooms. No big deal. Really good. Eee. Okay. Bit of a passage here. Just fly through. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's real nice. I got the balloon. By the way, checkpoints refresh our lives, but since we have maximum lives, we don't need to refresh shit, which is fun. Ah, shit. Spoke too soon. There you go, there's the first life. We just lost Sunshine Mario. Eee. A lot of fucking moles in this cave. I suppose that makes sense. That's where moles live after all. Where else would they be? Again, I like sliding down a thing and hitting some enemies. That's fun. I think that, it's sort of a thing that you don't see that much anymore, right? Like, just the fun of sliding down a slope, killing some enemies. It's basic, but it's always fun. And it's just a good basic thing you can put in a level to add a little bit of flavor. It's like seasoning, you know, a little bit of whatever. Thank you for the level, quite nice. I'm gonna hit complete on that. GG, mostly clean. I'm gonna refresh our lives for the next level. I'm gonna hit complete. If anyone else wants to get in any levels, I will do them. In the meantime, why don't I'll show off one of my latest ones right here, right now. I'll do, Unmoored Mines 3, Bonus Boudoir. I think we'll move towards wrapping it up if we don't have that many more tonight anyhow. There are somewhat slow nights, and there are somewhat, hoppin' nights. This level, by the way, it's sort of a ghost house. Wherein it's sort of a ghost house. It is a ghost house. And the basic idea is that you have to find ways of going in these doors, these key doors. What is that plastic bags that you got there? Hello, Daddy. And a duck going like, or a goose going like, woohoo, you know, with the fingers. All with another level, fantastic. Basically, the idea here is that you sort of go through these rooms, and you're probably gonna like solve some nice little puzzles here. At least that's what it looks like. Oops. Use them to progress. But something is not quite as it seems, because as you go into this pipe here, you end up back where you started. This is the previous room. So what's going on? Well, the key is getting up there, and to get up there, you need a thing. So let's go get the thing. That thing in particular, pretty simple. It's a spring. Get the spring. And by the way, I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure the springs do not work as they do in like other themes where you can stand on them to enter doors. You have to get a power block for that. Also, even if you did, you need the key anyhow. And there's the key right there. By the way, for those who maybe don't have Mario Maker or don't have the levels, one thing that some people have done in the past is that they have looked up levels from other makers and just submitted them. That's perfectly fine too. It doesn't have to be your level you put forward. It doesn't even have to be like a good level. Also, there's a secret down here. Secret under the secret. Little secret 50 coin. Seagull, are you gonna get in on that? Very much welcome to. Again, this level is based around going around this loop. And this point, this part of the level, key is over here. This is the bomb. I'm gonna open it, and that's gonna open this wall, and then I can cross through it, right? Oh shit! There's a guy there. I knew that was there. I was just showing off. Just showing off, you know. level is a bit long, one of my longer levels. Possibly sometime, actually. Gotcha, Seagull. Seagull's very cool, dude. First started watching around the time I was doing a DK64 randomizer. That's what Seagull streams, actually. Seagull does a little bit of streaming himself. But, you know. Tunes in a lot, and I appreciate that. I always appreciate anyone coming by and just watching whatever I got going on. You know, I like to play a lot of different things. I know that that's not always going to be to everyone's, not to everyone's taste. And I'm happy, you know, happy people come by. In fact, I need another one of those. But now you get this item, and this item will allow you to complete the level. Well, you know, get to the last part. This, you can go over here, and that guy will not activate. Now you have one last section here. One last little section. In this section, a Bullet Bill is going up through the previous parts of the level. You gotta follow it along as it does so. Carefully, using the propeller hat. Did you make this level, by the way? I did. Yes, that's right. Very elaborate level. The only true ghost house I've ever made. Turned out quite nice, I think. The only like ghost house I have made that's based around just puzzle solving and item progression. Those are the two things I sort of based it around. Well, that's not quite true. I made one other level that is sort of a ghost house, and made it in the first game. I don't know Mario Maker levels could look like Ghost House. Well, yeah, there is a theme for Ghost House in the game. Like, this one is another one. That is a Ghost House level, at least the subworld is. Got a bunch of them. I'll do this one as well. This is another Ghost House. This will be interesting to see. Like, sure, there'd be some theme parts that were made, but still good work. Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of themes you can use in this game for those who don't know it. One of which is the Ghost House. So this level, the basic idea is that you have to go beneath the runway and get a cape. And that's sort of the thrust of this level. And I'm just gonna, you know, pretend like I know what I say pretend. I'm just gonna go the way. There's not that much puzzle solving to this level. Just like, you know, you go to the left, you go to the right to get a mushroom, then you go to the left and you use the mushroom. And as you spin, the path breaks under you because that's how mushrooms work. Of course, if you were to take damage, they wouldn't break, but it's still fun to, like, you know, take it seriously and shit. And sort of thrilling as you platform along and go. And you might be expecting to return to the surface after that point, but instead, there's just another section. And finally, you get here. And to finish the level, what you have to do is, well, it's a runway, right? So you have to take off. And just fly. You know, Mario style. I nearly fucked it up there, but I'm fine. Covered. Perfect. Let's see that next level from Paul now. Next level. What exactly do we have in store for us now? That level is a little less of a ghost house and more just like... Well, I guess it's still a ghost house, but there is just a very little amount of puzzle solving. This is actually a remake of one of my old Mario Maker 1 levels. Except with, like, different theming, basically. Which is, nice, you know. It was nice to bring over those 4 levels, and I hope people enjoyed them in Mario Maker 2, considering that this game is on a system that more people have. I have, at this point, made more levels in Mario Maker 2 than Mario Maker 1. Of course, I think I only just passed that threshold. Let's play Paul's level. Lightning round. Let's go. 3 JM2 KG. All right. My first level by Prezari. Oh, that's Paul. From Paul Rizzari. Let's do it. 5 tries to do it. Let's go. This is very similar to 1-1. Indeed, that block was in the same place as it is in 1-1, I think? Question mark? Oh, now it's different from 1-1. This is not 1-1 anymore. Still has those same vibes, though. Mostly. There's a troll in this level. I don't know about that. So far, it's quite normal. Those boss fights were a little unusual. You're right, there was a troll. That was indeed a troll. Let's do that again, but this time I'm not gonna die. Also, let me see if these pipes have things in them. Like shortcuts or whatever. Let me get the thing. Let me get the fire flower. That's totally a shortcut pipe. And checkpoint, no less. Well, that refreshes our lives. Hope y'all will come by tomorrow when I'm playing DKC 1, 2, and 3 with sort of a 2-life gimmick. And it'll be 100% so, you know, I'll have to get everything that's in either of those games. Should I have gotten that star? Oh, I probably should. Something tells me it's not a shortcut. It is a shortcut. That said, you only get a star from it. And I don't think you got any other power-ups. You made this for your girlfriend. She said she wanted you to troll her. Damn. That's a loving relation. Yep. There we go. We just had to carefully jump a little earlier than we would really want to. There we go. We got it. Thank you for the level. That was quite nice. Was this really your first level? I wonder. I'm gonna hit complete on that. And let's see. Let me see. I don't know if I believe this was your first level, considering the troll. Oh, it is your first level. Well, you got one more level I haven't played. Do you want to just submit that right now? Play that. Folks, if anyone else would like to get in a level, that would be a good time. We're like an hour and a half into the stream. You know, perfectly good time to wind down the Mario Making anyway, and move on to some TTYD, some 1,000-year door. By the way, what would Facelift look like? Facelift is a minigame from Super Mario Party, or not Mario Party Superstars, wherein basically you have like Bowser's face, right? And you can pull on like parts of it and like stretch it into weird shapes. And the idea is you want to match the Bowser face as close as possible. That's what that looks like. You can see a little hint of that in the Bowser Hello emote. That emote is based around the thing. The way that he's sort of going like, "Hi!" That is because I stretched him out in Facelift into a funny shape. At least in the Mario Party 1 Facelift. I think we would go with Superstars because that is one where, you know, if we wanted to do like multiplayer, we could do multiplayer if anyone else wanted to join me in 30 minutes of Facelift. By the way, that is a channel point incentive to do Facelift, the minigame, just Facelift for 30 minutes. Why? Why, Seagull? I wonder why you are asking this. It is also in this one right. Let me this Bowser emote. That Bowser on the right is based around the. You have channel points. Just checking. Gotcha. The Bowser on the right is the Bowser from Facelift for Mario Party Superstars. So that is what it would look like, roughly. That Bowser head on the right. I really still love the other Bowser head, which is just, literally a guy in a Bowser mask. I think that's still great. Get that bonus head down. Let's see this level, which is, yes indeed, the one we are hovering over. I'm gonna hit next and we're gonna play it. Cheese Lightning. Yes, that's right. Man, if you want to do that, that would be fun. I'll tell you, the conceit of 30 minutes of whatever, the conceit of that is very simple. If we do that, it is a one and done thing. I do it once, and then that incentive goes away. It goes away, and maybe for around a week or so, and I think of something else to put in that slot. The first time I did that, it was 30 minutes of Middle Harbor, the level from Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. This time it is Facelift. And what will it be next? I don't know. What should it be? 30 minutes of like Waluigi Pinball, Mario Kart. 30 minutes. I like that actually. Let's pencil that in as the next one. It'll be 30 minutes of should we do Mario twice in a row though? Because that would be Mario Party and then Mario Kart. Is that too much Mario? Maybe we should do 30 minutes of something else before eventually getting to that. I'll think about it. I'll think about it once that gets redeemed, which, hey, it hasn't yet, so who knows? I'll deal with that when I actually have to. Desert Shenanigans is the next level. 5 tries on the board. Let's go. Moyako with the follow. Thank you. Appreciate it. Moyako. The incentive has a lot of potential for multiplayer, so a good one if multiple people want to play multiplayer or watching. Yes, I would say so. If anyone here has Mario Party Superstars and wants to join in on that and just do like 30 minutes of Facelift with me, absolutely. That multiplayer was Mario Party. Yes. I need this fire flower. What is going on here? Is this part of the level? I guess. Horizontal level, cool. Huh. I didn't know that those bloopers, like the bloopers with the trails of bloopers behind them, made them more resistant to fireballs. I guess that makes sense, but that is a really neat interaction, just like, since those tiny bloopers are going to like stop a bunch of fireballs from hitting them, they're a lot more resistant, a lot more tough to that, which I think is interesting. Because otherwise, all you'd have to do is like, yeah, just line it up and mash the button. That's nice. There's something fishy going on with the guys here. I gotcha. Yeah, the bloopers. I know what you mean. That was a nice little level. Not bad at all. Thank you, Paul. You have a lot of nice little levels here, and one really mean one. I wonder if you will give us the mean one tonight, or if we will have to look forward to that another time. That's right, completion. That was completed level, checkpoint, flag, all that. Hell yeah. Nice. I'll see another one of my levels. Why don't I do... Let me do a bonus level from World 5. Not bonus level. The final level of World 5, which is a 20-second level. Short level. Paul, if you want to get in another level, go wild, I guess. But if not, we can always wind down and head over to TTYD. Hey, Avid Demon. You were always super bad at making levels. Gotcha. It's hard, man. It is like a creative endeavor, right? And it takes effort, it takes like thought and energy to go through. I feel like a lot of people, they sort of burned out on Mario Maker 2, and I don't really feel like that's like the problem of the game so much as it is just like, yeah, the creative process can be draining, right? By the way, that was a quick 20-second level. Basically, the idea being it was a inspired by the green banana bonuses from DKC3, in which you have to collect bananas one after another in a single small space, and as you're going back and forth, the part between you is populated by enemies. A green banana boss rush bonus level is how I often frame that level. You have the most evil ideas for a level submission, but not really feasible, but yeah. Oh no, I'll take an evil level. We're in the lightning round, man. You know what that means. The most heinous levels, I'll just die 5 times and it'll be over like that. Thank you, Paul, for your grace. That's right. We were talking earlier, and I thought Paul at one point referred to me as your grace, as they do on the Game of Thrones and the Hot D, the House of the Dragon show. But now it's a thing, I suppose. I am no king, but I thank you either way. Just copy your level, change it up a bit to think you know it, but you don't. Ooh, that would be a little surprising, wouldn't it? Well, I would be able to tell that it wasn't me who uploaded it. You know, you wouldn't fool me there. First off, the like count would be like all wrong. You know, I'd come in and be like, what is this version of my level with 1 like that was uploaded yesterday? I think I'd be able to tell. Also, I would be able to like you know, set a world record on it, which would be interesting. That would be an elaborate troll if you put in the time. You'll refer to me as Master or Your Grace or whatever you desire. Whatever you want to use, whatever you want to say to refer to me is all good. I have no such preferences. It's all cool with me. If you want to call me Your Grace, sure. See how long you can keep that up without anyone asking like, hey, what's the deal with that? I wonder. Let's play this next level. And, well, in the absence of any other levels, I think it'll be time soon to go to, Thousand Year Door. Bowser, if you want to get one in here, I would love to play one of your levels tonight. Didn't you have a new one you uploaded the other day? I would love to see that one. I've been, by the way, on the Discord. There's a place on my Discord, which is called Eraser Rocket, based on the, you know, I sort of have a rocket motif on my channel here. And the Eraser Rocket is a type of rocket that's in Mario Maker, so sort of made sense for the name of a Discord that's sort of vaguely Mario Maker focused. There's a section for posting your levels. Did you ever make it to the first door? I did not. No. There is a place for posting your levels, and I will say I will not, unless you otherwise say so, I will not play your levels there, just because, you know, I feel like in a lot of cases it's better if I save them for being played on stream. But absolutely post your levels there, and, you know, other people can find them and play them. You know, other people from this here, you know, community or whatever. I think that'd be cool. You gotta go, Bowser. See you Friday. Yeah, you don't have a level in the queue, Bowser. Did you mean to? I'll see you Friday. You have a good one. Okay, this is a really hard as fuck level. We only have 5 tries though, so we'll be over like that. After this level, I will close the queue, as that is the plan. I sort of know the timing on this, so maybe I'll be able to get through to the first door for the first time. This level is sort of a motherfucker, you see. No. The key is to watch for the flashing. Whenever that stops, that's when the bomb is about to explode. And the perfect time to throw the bomb upward. Go, get that one. It's also important that we do not destroy the floor under the first, under this part here, because otherwise we won't be able to get back up. Drop these down before making a hole in all the floors below. Sounds like we're good. Yep. Fireworks, that's right. That is something that is on screen right now. We're still on the first try here, folks. God damn it. There we go, first one. Second one. Whenever we have a hole that narrow, I like to widen it with another bomb, like so. Sort of widen the hole, you know? Sometimes you gotta widen a hole. Damn it! Widen my hole. That's the first try. There we go. We don't need the bomb for the second and third layer here, since they are just yellow blocks and all. Which is nice. Up this. Okay. I guess there's a part later on where you have to, like, bust through a bunch of layers of yellow with the mushroom, like doing spin jumps and stuff. And that's as far as we've gotten here in this level before. I'm told that this level is a motherfucker. And it actually goes farther than this, but I have yet to see that for myself. Good, okay, that's good enough. We can proceed. Okay, watching the thing. Can you break the blocks from, like, a level down? Like, if I were to throw up like this. That does work, actually, wow. Except it's kind of hard to get up once you've done that. This might be a little screwy. Well, I can at least save, like, a little bit of effort here by destroying... Oh, yeah, I'll release it a little earlier. Damn it! That was a little too late. Second try. Okay. I'm okay with a narrow hole in this case, just because you only have to go through it once. You know what I mean. If you know what I mean. Ooh. Alright. Alright. You're consistently getting farther. Yes. Yes, that's true. That's always the like, thing you gotta take, like, take heart in, right? Like, so long as we're getting farther and farther each time and making consistent progress, I think we can be pleased with, you know, it taking more than one go, you know? Okay, got it. It opened the way. Let's go. Beautiful. Okay. Second set. The next place is the one where we gotten to before. Okay. That's crap. Okay. Jump, jump. Technically, we could do it from here. Ah ha ha! Look at that. That's much easier than the alternative. Well, let's spin jump down then. That was the third try. Okay. Those things, they fucking get me. I'm now trying to think, is there a way to cheese that yellow block section so I'm not spinning by the time I get down there? I guess the answer is no, there's no way to cheese it. Because there's no way for me to end my spin jump. Once I start it, I don't think... Well, I can't take damage. Thank you for the level, we couldn't do it. Thank you for it. Doesn't look like there's anyone else in the queue, so... Why don't we call that a night for Mario Maker? Did maybe around an hour and a half and change of that. Made some good progress. Let me show you one last time the level I'm working on, the status of it. This is Cold Ice Comet. And it's starting to take shape. Where it is right now, it doesn't like have all the flavor it'll eventually have, but GG, good attempts. Thank you, Paul. Oh, let me also close the queue right now. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. I do think those were good attempts, yes. So you got this part here, sort of a quick ascending part. I like these guys here with the squids sort of going sideways. The cool thing about them is that once you're in the later parts of the level, you can have them like on a slope and slide through a bunch of them at once, which I think will be like really nice. Also, you could have a bunch of spinies on the slope as well very easily. I'm gonna have to figure out how to use these things effectively. Make some walls here, maybe mix in some other enemies, or like parts where you're jumping off a tire or something. Still thinking about it. I think it'd be cool if it went downwards for a bit, you know, sort of dropped down, and then made you go up from there, and then like, you know, sort of brought you back to the overworld, and did a little bit more before a checkpoint, and starting into the second half, which will be a downhill focused part where you are going through guys and doing a bunch of stuff one after the other. At some point, I need to clear out some of my bullshit, because I got like a bunch of old like warm-ups and like scraps of older levels, or like, you know, basically like old work in progress versions of the levels, which I should definitely clear out because they are just not really useful, honestly, but they're interesting relics of like the creation process. Why don't I just poke in on one of them? Here's like an earlier version of... I should show off a level that I've actually shown off today, so you know like what it sort of resembles. Okay, so here's the 323BS, which is the Frosted Forest work in progress idea. Like, just me playing around with the ideas that would become Frosted Forest, and the theming as well. Here I was messing around a lot more with the wind-up guys, the Mecha Koopas. This world is wind-up woods, so it's sort of themed around the wind-up enemies. So my original thought was that every world had to feature them heavily, and I only ended up using them a little bit, which I think suited the level very well. So here I was just messing around with stuff, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't work, trying out various things. I, at some point, had Magic Koopas being in the level. This section sort of ended up in the level, I think. Basically unchanged, as did this section here, which became the climax. You know, once I put this in, I knew like, oh, this is really good. This is really fun to climb through this this web of like vines that have like a bunch of guys moving around it. Very cool area. Gonna have to clear out all those things later because yeah, these are just old work in progress versions of levels that I really don't need anymore. Like, look at this. This is the original proof of concept for 5.3 or 3.5, the level where the green banana bonus I showed earlier. This was a lot less refined and a lot more. The original idea was a lot more like elaborate, I guess, with like different types of enemies dropping into the field. It wasn't until later that I realized, like, oh, they should drop in. One, they should drop in from above rather than below. And two, it needs to be like you can see the whole field at once so you know what you're doing. Otherwise, you'd be somewhat confused. That was the original idea and eventually grew into a fantastic and super honed level. You know, after I gave it enough thought and really just pondered over its design and really just iterated it to perfection. And, you know, looking back on these older versions of levels, I do think is interesting, you know? It's like, yeah, you know, these are all the places where I would just mash things out and just like try to work through like what's fun, what isn't fun, what works, what doesn't work. By the way, Wes, if you're still watching, like this is very much the thing you should just do, like as in like working out a level. Just put spaghetti on the wall, right, and see what sticks. That should basically be a way of like working through ideas, right? Like spaghetti on a wall, try stuff out, see what's fun, see what's not fun, mess around with stuff until you get it where it's feeling good and you're happy with it. I think this level actually has a part that ended up like right into the level. Yeah, this part is basically ended up in the level just as is. Well, I added a power-up right here, but otherwise, it's basically, that's a completed section right there. A lot of these work-in-progress levels and, like, just end up with parts that are, like, actual ready to go, as well as parts where I'm just, like, trying out ideas and seeing what feels good, seeing what doesn't, you know. Tell you what, I'm gonna go out on one more level. Specifically, the final version of 4.2, which is called, what's it? Frigid Frigate. Frigid Frigate. It's a cool level. Sort of went with... The idea I had for Frigid Frigate was sort of a little different from a lot of the other ideas I have, which is that it's sort of based around two different areas, two different parts of the level, each of which is very different. These outside sections are sort of slower paced and sort of involve you jumping off cannonballs to proceed. And, you know, these cannonballs, they can be a little slow, so you know, you might not be able to necessarily get them every time. By the way, a little secret here. Pretty well hidden. Secret behind a secret. That's just always a classic go-to good way to hide a secret. Take a secret and hide it behind another secret. This is basically the same as in the original idea, except that this power-up is here, which is a little nicer. And also, if it's if you have a mushroom, it's a fire flower instead, and you can use it to hit enemies, hit those guys that are popping up. That block doesn't seem like it has any purpose at first, but if you hit it, if you stop to hit it, it gives the cannons enough time to actually fire, which clues the player in, I hope, into figuring out like, oh, I'm supposed to jump off the cannon here. I'm supposed to jump off the cannonball. And then on future lives, they'll know to just wait a second for the cannonballs to fire. Which I think is very handy. Also, it is true in like a Mario game, not every question mark block has a power-up in it. So I do think it feels authentic in that way to have some question mark blocks be nothing. I don't think the original the work in progress had any of the blue platforms or the gray platforms. Well, maybe in the part that was completed, but that ended up being a really essential part of the level. And like I said, the outer parts are focused on like jumping off the cannonballs and are somewhat a little slow paced because of it. Whereas the underworld parts, the subworld, are inside, and you sort of have to like continuously keep moving due to the icicle parts. There's a little bit of a survival part, and you're done. Very nice level. I think it came out super well, and you know, the two parts of the level I think are really interesting because this level plays with contrast in a way most of my levels don't. You know, most of my levels build up like 2 or 3 or 4 ideas and sort of interweave them in interesting ways. This one, instead of interweaving them, leaves them as like separate layers that are quite different from each other in terms of pacing and composition, which I think is interesting as a nice change of pace. And you know, the 137 people who have liked it hopefully have felt the same way. It is the most popular level in its world. And in fact, let's see, 137, the most popular level in the 37, huh? It is the most popular level since World 2. Well, I guess literally the most popular level since I became a streamer. Your levels sure look well designed. Thank you. I put a lot of work into them. Whoever made the icicle sound, though, you didn't like it? A little too much? Anyway, that is Mario Maker. I'm going to close that. Let me get the thing down. Tries left and all. Let me get the Mario Maker interface down. And we're going to head over to the GameCube to play a little bit of TTYD. I believe that is here. Oh, let me do some stuff real fast. 1 second. There we go. I'm far away. You can't hear me properly right now. Probably. I probably sound like I'm far away, don't I? That's fine. That's fine. All right. Let me turn on the GameCube. Turn on the controller. Turn off the Switch. Do you think there will ever be a channel point redemption for making you do a DK64 randomizer seed? Like a full playthrough? I will tell you, I've sort of been in the mood for a little more DK64 randomizer, and I could definitely see doing that some at some point. But I feel like I'd have to think about it. Like, what exactly are the parameters? Are we talking like a full, like a seed that could take like hours and hours? You know, like for the stuff like the 30 minutes of whatever, right? You know, for as many channel points as you have, you can only do like a 30-minute thing, right? It's not like you get a full stream's worth. Whereas like the right DK64 seed could be like multiple hours long, could be like could take me like 5 hours, which would be more of a commitment. Um Not to say that I wouldn't do the one. I have been in the mood for more. You know the seed setup I did the other day, like a few weeks ago with the turbo settings. I could see doing that again. I'm sort of interested in giving that another go. That'd be fun. But no plans at present. My plan right now, I'm doing DKC tomorrow, and then maybe something on Thursday. I was thinking about doing a outdoor stream where I walked around outside and like looked at some trees and stuff, and maybe like you know, y'all would enjoy nature with me. I don't know if that's something y'all are interested in, but that was my idea for Thursday. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do it this Thursday, just because I am a little concerned because while you can stream from the Twitch app, I know that you can't exactly do like why am I What signal is it on? One. Let me find. Hang on. Let me find where the GameCube one is. Here we go. There it is. Let me do one more thing. Two more things I gotta do. I gotta change the aspect ratio of the TV. And I gotta switch us over to the next game. I'm a little concerned about not having the alerts during that stream. Just because, you know, if someone were to do like a big fun thing, like during that, and I couldn't tell because I was, you know, on mobile outside, I would be a little sad, you know? I think that would be a little bit of a bummer. All right, let's go ahead and switch this over. TTYD, chapter 7. Let's go. The game is 1,000 Year Door. Also got other things I'm looking into. Let me see, we don't have limited lives for this stream. Let me put replay. I'll put in casual. Replay. Alright, that looks good to me. Updating the stream info. Folks, it is time for 1,000 Year Door. I am continuing where I left off, which was right before chapter 7. So I'm just getting into that. Just finished the train chapter. It was quite nice. Very fun shit. Let's do it. Now this chapter is gonna involve a lot of running around at first. I gotta go track down some people, but we'll get into that in a bit. I think I still have to raise my map in front of the thing, in front of the door. And let's see, do I have enough star spirits for a thing? Yes. I can upgrade some of my partners as well, which is fantastic. I will say, like, it is possible that we could have, like, subscriber goals or, like, some sort of bit incentive where for some bit amount you could define, like, the parameters of a stream, right? Like, I could totally see, like, I don't really have anything as such codified right now, but I could totally see there being, like, a Thursday stream viewer's choice. Where, like, either by a poll in the Discord, or, like, you know, for a certain amount of bits, you get to decide what exactly I'm streaming on Thursday. Or maybe you get to nominate something. Maybe... I guess for bits, it would have to be, like... Maybe, like, nominate... And if there's no other nominations during a week, it would be like that, you know, the thing. But also, I wouldn't want to necessarily make it so that my Thursday one was always determined by the folks. You know, I like to keep it flexible. You know, I have my own ideas oftentimes. But I wouldn't be opposed to something like that. I don't think, like, for like bits or for money, like deciding the scope of a stream makes perfect sense. I just don't know, like, for channel points, that makes sense other than, like, specifically limited to, like, oh, maybe, like, a half hour's worth. We could do something for channel points. And I think that's fun, you know? I like switching games. I like playing something and being like, oh, shit, we have to go do something else now. I think that's fun and exciting. We have to go to the moon, by the way. That's where Princess Peach is, and that's where the star is. Did we get... Oh, yeah, also, we did get the hammer, the Ultra Hammer last time, so that much is already done. Let me cash in some of these stars, these star sprites. and power up some partners. Vivian, I want to partner up, power up Vivian. If people pay real money for you, you should do it. IMO. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. The only thing is, like, obviously that people have already, done bits and like subs and stuff. And the only thing I wonder is, like, what if multiple people were to were to like ante up, right? In which case, like, how would you decide which one came first? Maybe the thing would be like, okay, well, once Thursday you do one person stream, and then another Thursday another person stream. Which is like, yeah, not opposed to any of that. I'm just not sure, like, the logistics and also how many people would be really interested in, like, how that would all work out, you know? It would have to be, like, there are certainly some games that I hate that I would play for bits, you know? Like I've said before, I love Paper Mario, but Paper Mario Sticker Star, fucking hate that game. I can definitely see, like, $10 worth of bits per like chapter of it, right? And we could have a thing where, like, over the course of a month, we bank up like a bunch of levels of it, and eventually I have to do a big stream where I like make good and finish as much of the game as we redeem. You know? And that could definitely be a thing we do, right? Like, maybe, like, come this, like, holiday or something, that would be a fun thing to do, especially in, like, the December season where, I'll probably have a lot of time off that I will use for a bunch of stupid streams. That's why sub goals work. That's right. That's why sub goals work. They sort of define a thing that we're trying to do, and people pay into it, and eventually we do the thing. That's right. By the way, the current sub goal is watch party for Bad Grandpa. It'd be fun. Do I have to just wait a little bit? Do I just have to exit the room and come back? I think the main thing you have to do usually is actually get the hammer. The Ultra Hammer, but we already got it, so we're probably good to go. I will say, on that note, there is now a way to direct donate to this here channel if you so wish. Jeez, he's still going? Shit, I already got the super hammer, so let's break some blocks, I guess. I don't know. Shit. I'm gonna go ahead and go down to the subworld, the underground area here. I'm gonna break some blocks and unlock some shortcuts. And I guess, fucking, I hope that he'll just be ready up when we get back. These are things you can only access once you have the first hammer. And there's also ones you can only access once you have the second hammer. As well, after this. Fuck. By the way, I do have more cards. More cards here. Oh, I've said I'm sort of scaling back on how much I use these cards to, like, give conversations, but still have a few of them set up. Grubbin is racing. I was thinking of this the other day. I was listening to a podcast about Pokemon. About Pokemon Sun Gold, that season of Pokemon, the anime. And the character, the Pokemon of Grubbin came out. I don't know if it came up. I don't know if you know about Grubbin, but Grubbin is a little grub-shaped Pokemon that is sort of a battery. And I said, as soon as I heard the word Grubbin, I said, Grubbin is racing. You know, like Rubbin is racing, but Grubbin. And I said, oh, that's good. I'm gonna post about that. And I posted about it to a Discord, to the Discord wherein the people that make that Pokemon podcast reside. And I said, that's pretty good. Has anyone else said Grubbin is racing before in history? And I searched for Grubbin is racing, and you know what I fucking found? You know who has said Grubbin is racing before? Me! I found a tweet from myself. I found multiple tweets from myself from 5 years ago saying Grubbin is racing. That's great. You ever have something happen to you where it's like, oh, I just thought of a funny thing after seeing a word, a little wordless word association, and just gonna look on Twitter and see if anyone else has ever said it. Oh, only me. Weird. It's such a good pun. Sort of comes natural. Grubbin is racing. Grubbin is also a really good Pokemon. I really love Grubbin. You know, and the Charge Volt that it evolves into, a little electric insect. I think it's cool in that those games they made the like grub insect, not just bug type but also electric type. I think that's cool as hell. You usually don't get that kind of business. I think that's all we have for cards today. Though I should do the last one maybe, which will be a round of shoutouts. So I'm just gonna do a round of shoutouts here. Here we go. I have shoutouts listed here on my phone. Some channels I want to shout out. Let me get that pulled up right fast. Please tell me you're ready to go. Okay, good. Right, we need this. We need the Ultra Hammer. We need to go to Far Outpost. That's what it's called. Gonna give a shout out to. Hang on a second. Where's my mouse? I don't have my mouse at the couch. 1 second. Suggest a card for the Master DS. Gotcha. That I'll tell you right now. There is a place on the Discord where you can suggest cards right now. So if you want to suggest cards, there is absolutely already a place where you can do it. I would love it if people took advantage of that. I sort of have that Yoshi is pumped. His name is Sundrop, by the way. I was thinking I was thinking like, is anyone gonna use that? Maybe we should get rid of it. Maybe that's just a dead idea. But if you want to take advantage of it, give me some cards. I think that would be cool and fun. Let me straighten out this game. There we go. It's all straightened out now. Quick shoutouts. Shoutout Super Nintendo Dad. Cool streamer. Was last playing Cult of the Lamb. That's right. I'm going to shout out Trainer Derek. Trainer Derek has done a couple of raids on us before. Cool streamer. Plays a lot of like Trainer. Oh, I misspelled shout out Trainer Derek. There we go. There's no underscore in it. I'm going to shout out last playing Multiverses. Very cool. Let me shout out Crater Gaming. Crater Gaming is a cool dude as well. Last playing Neon White, which is a fantastic game. I think you've seen that. No idea where it came and forgot. Ah, okay. Gotcha. One more shout out here. I'm going to shout out Judo Uno, who is a fantastic streamer. Very cool dude. Just returned to streaming after a long absence due to COVID. And also bunch of work piling up after COVID, after recovering from COVID. He did a first stream in like a month or two yesterday, and it was quite fun to tune in and watch along. Judo Uno, highly recommended. Very cool dude. Has done a couple of raids on us, as well as he is a subscriber here, as well as he has gifted a couple of subs as well. Very could not be cooler, dude. Very much love the guy. All right, I'm gonna go back to the couch and we're gonna find out what's going on with Far Outpost. That's enough for shout-outs. Avid Demon was wondering why Judo hadn't been streaming for a while. That's right, it was he had a bout of COVID and then the new job, turns out he had a lot of overtime for a while, forced overtime. But he is back to a 5-day week now, and he's figuring out when he's going to stream. Apparently, he works pretty late now, so he's going to have to either have to do like really, really late night streams, which I've told him. We've all told him, like, you should do some late night streams. Either late night or morning streams. And we'll see what happens with that. He's planning on doing a late night stream on Friday, which, hey, you know, there might be some people looking to do raids late Thursday night, so if he is, like, going at, like, 4 a.m. or whatever the fuck, when a certain someone is done with a bunch of ridiculous movies, maybe there might be some big raids heading in Juno's way. I think that would be a lovely thing to happen after, you know, so much absence due to COVID. Is mispronouncing the name of COVID as a joke, as like a joke, cool? That's probably not cool, isn't it? You probably should say it right. Yeah, I guess. I guess people say Rona, and that is also taking the name of COVID in vain, kinda. It's probably fine, whatever. You're not supposed to respect the virus that killed a lot of people. It is not a thing to respect. It is a bastard disease, terrible. We hate it. Just gonna dump on it. It's a bad disease. Fuck COVID. I haven't had it myself, fortunately, knock on wood. Managed to avoid it. The rest of my family has come down with it, though, and gotten through it. Fortunately, no sign of lasting damage to any of them. Kind of funny, though. I was with them, apparently, when maybe they caught it. Or maybe they caught it because the week before they caught it, a bunch of them, we went to Universal Studios. You know, we did a bunch of air travel and shit. And then they came down with it the next week. Which either I got lucky or they really got it from Costco. Those are the two options that I see. I mean, why wouldn't they get it from Costco? It's not like anyone's wearing masks anymore in Texas. Could have been from Costco. Universal Studios might be innocent there. It's impossible to say. Anyway, let's kill these guys. I think 12 ought to be enough. It is enough. I want to swap in Goombella. Uh-oh, wait. Shit. I wanted to swap in Goombella to Tattle, but turns out we got frozen. Well, that's fine. You know what? Well, I can take 1 damage. Well, let me get Twitch back onto the phone now. There we go. Hey, Avid Demon, by the way. Good to see you're still around. Watching the stream. Fucking! Well, that's a gimme. I have a hammer throw. That'll kill the guy. Look at that. That did 9 damage. That's actually perfect for killing the guy. Also, whatever damage I take, I'm about to level up, so who gives a fuck? Perfect. This point of the game, I have like maximum damage, maximum like stuff, equipment, and also like multiple power pluses. And do I have a PFD down at this point? Maybe a PFD down as well. Working in my favor, so I am a tough motherfucker, folks. No one's gonna want to fuck with me in this game. Look at that, we're 1 away from leveling up now. I don't know why I'm collecting these, considering that I'm about to level up. Now this will be a slightly longer chapter, maybe? Like, it'll be a bit until we actually get to the, part where we get to space. 10 HP. I think this is gonna do 9 damage. gonna do 9 damage, I think. God damn it. Yep. Ah! Eat shit. Double eat shit. Beautiful. That worked out perfectly. And I leveled up as well. Let's see. What do I want? What do I want? Let's get some SP. FP. It's FP time. I'm really looking forward to that DKC stream tomorrow. You know, playing through all those games again. It's gonna be fun. I love DKC. Like, all those games are among my favorites of all time. Kill this guy. Then I'm gonna switch in someone who can attack Bra Plant. Let's see, let's go with Vivian. Those games are among my favorites of all time, and you know, replaying them again will be a great way to I think I can just not even charge it. And that'll be just as efficient as yep, just as efficient, just as fast. Going through those games again will be a great way of like reminding myself of the design and shit, and you know, it'll be good to have fresh in my. It's always good to have those games fresh in my memory, especially as I'm making you know, Mario Maker levels of my own, where like I definitely want to take a lot of inspiration from those games. And definitely like thinking like, what levels here haven't I done levels of? Have I done not what levels have I not made anything that's really like that? What levels have things I should be doing? What sorts of levels do I want to be making for the last you know, 9 levels? And what in those levels can I learn? Ooh, that's a lot of prompt plants. Let me do a Ultra Hammer. Just gonna hit one and then cause all the other ones to take a bunch of damage. And I guess let's use Fiery Jinx. Oh, that's perfect. Fuck off. Damn. Those guys just died real easy like. By the way, I'll say again, the way I play Paper Mario typically is the first time through an area, I'll kill everything. Second time, I'll probably avoid as much as I can. Because, you know, fighting the same enemies 12 times is not really that useful. 1 time, sure. 2 times, nah. I like to you know, I feel like if you just kill everything as it comes at least once, you're probably gonna be good on levels, right? Perfectly good on the level curve. I think that's just where you want to be. This took me a while to figure out what you're supposed to do here, because you show up here and you say like, hey, I want to see the cannon. You say like, hey, I'm here for the can, and the guys say there's no cannon. And little Sundrop says, what? There's no cannon? There's gotta be one. And he says, no. And the secret, what you have to do, Bobbery. Bobbery is a bomb, and he says like, hey, I've been here, I've seen the cannon. And he says like, hey, you can't mention the cannon to Nama bombs. But Mario is cool, so he's sort of an exception. And also, the world could end, so, you know, you ought to take the circumstances into account, I think. Yeah, but we're missing the guys. We gotta find Gold Bob and General White. Okay, Sundrop, back out. And thus begins the first part of this chapter. This is a bit... This is probably the most egregious as far as, like, the game going, like, you gotta do a side thing before you actually start the chapter. you have to go run around and find these two guys. And what that basically will end up being is a wild goose chase as you go from area to area looking for, I forget which one, General White, I believe, who, you get to a place, you say like, hey, I'm looking for General White, and they say like, General White just left. General White said they were going to this world next. You go there. General White says that you find out like, oh, General White was here, but isn't anymore. So it's kind of a whole fucking conundrum. Where, oh, where is General White? And no, you can't just go to the last location that he is and expect to find him here. He's not there. This isn't related. I'm just getting whatever's in this chest, which is Flower Saver P. Not a bad batch. I don't have Spike Shield yet. Oh, also haven't. You know what? Fuck these guys. I'll tattle them later. Let's kill them for now. Yeah, that's enough to kill him being swallowed up and spit into the other guy. That'll do it. That'll do it. I think I might need this guy as well. Oh, we'll pick a fight. Got hit by a hammer. Jeez, these guys are strong. Oh, and also I've already tattled them. Whatever, I can kill them. Just need to kill the other one. Oh, geez, they have defense. I do not have a power plus, or sorry, a P up D down yet, I guess. I would like one. P up D down is a thing that makes it so that you do one more damage, but you take one more damage as well. And it's the next best thing to a power plus. Sort of has a trade-off to it, but still, I like to have it. I like to use it, you know. Okay. We need to go several places. Let's first go with Gold Blob. I think... Well, this will sound quite silly now that I've gotten back on the surface, but actually, I think the first step is to go down back into the sewers and go to the room with all the blocks in it, the pipes, the pipe warps. Which is down here. Ugh. Still need to finish. Still need to, like, put in the time and finish, Live Alive. I've gotten through, like, 3 of the 7 plot threads, and I know that there's also, like... I think there's also some 8th plot thread, 8th chapter that sort of ties the other ones together or something. Which, I don't know how that looks, and I'm pretty interested. So I really need to spend the time, it's just that, you know... It's hard, you know, just find the time. Hey, Gold Bob, you need to sign up on the bomb thing. I will pay you everything I have. Everything I have, yes. Yeah, it's fine. I've not spent a single coin in, like, hours. So it's fine. He returns the money. It's cool. I mean, I already have the W emblem. I don't need any... What else could I possibly need? Poshley Heights is a pretty posh place, turns out. Very nice and pretty. Also, wait a minute. Is there a cameo in here? Or is that post-game? Let's see. Nah, that's post game. Bow and the butler, Bootler, Bow and Bootler appear as cameos in that room, in that area, post game, I think. But they're not there now. You're supposed to remember that Gold Bomb or General White was over here earlier in the game. And someone here will tell you what happened to him. Not here, in the other room. I like how those guys from Paper Mario 1 show up in here. The flower guys, even though they don't got nothing to do. That's fun. Why would it be someone indoors? That's obviously not right. Paper Mario, the 1,000-year door, like crazy recently. Cool ending. They should make a Paper Luigi game. They never did. What the? Here's the guy. Maybe this guy knows. There we go. Here's where you need to live. Deserted aisle to the south. Okay. We're going to the south, folks. A southern aisle. A southern aisle. Fortunately, we now have a pipe that goes directly to there, so it'll be a pretty quick trip. Imagine not knowing that these pipes existed, and this part comes up where you have to traipse the world. I mean, obviously, I've known since, like, maybe the first or second time I played it, but imagine if you didn't. You'd be quite thrown for a loop, wouldn't you? Okay, where's General White? Why was he hanging out here in a deserted aisle for fun? Yeah, I'm very rich. He was going to a fighting arena. Okay, shit. Actually, I think it might be faster to take the boat, because I'm gonna have to get out of the sewer anyway. Might as well just take the boat back and then go to the blimp from there. I'm sure there's a correct answer as far as, like, what's faster, but I don't know. You know, I'm just improvising, I suppose. Ugh. Can you hear it if I click on the stick? Yeah, it sounds like it kind of does pick up. Just looking at the levels on the screen, on the preview monitor. Looks like if I put the controller right near, you can hear, like, the clicking of it, of the stick and stuff. How does that sound? That would be a really bad way to play it. Just like the constantly hearing the noise of the thing. Probably should keep it in my lap, where it normally is, where maybe you can hear it a little less. You're also playing a JRPG called Yakuza Like a Dragon. It's much more Paper Mario than I was expecting. Interesting. I'll say I kind of personally bounced off Like a Dragon myself. I do really like the ones where it was just a thoughtless brawler. Like, I like the Judgment games, I think, more than the Yakuza Like a Dragon. But, you know, I'm glad that other people like it. I sort of bounced off of it, you know. I got to a point where the RPG combat was, like, more thinky than I wanted it to be, you know? And, like, it felt imprecise and like, sloppy in a way that was, like, it was wanting more out of me than I thought it could really, that I thought I could really give it, right? And also there were parts where I was just running into tough guys, you know, like, just running around the city, running around Yokohama, and going like, oh shit, well, that kind of sucks to run into some really tough guys and have to just dodge for a while. But still glad you're enjoying it. It is a great, I'm sure it's a great story. I'm sure it has great writing and fun characters. I don't know if I dig the combat in Dragon, but that much. I am not that far in though, Avid Demon. You're also playing Like a Dragon? Yeah, that for me was the issue. Who do I talk to here? Who knows about General White? Let's see. You know about General White. Probably not. You know what I bet? I bet it's the guy at the bar. Bet it's the guy at the bar. Live Alive, that's the one I want to finish as far as JRPGs go. You also beat Klonoa, Lunte's Vale. Ah, there we go. Yeah, the bar. He's going to a big tree. You have been playing it since it was free on PlayStation? Gotcha. You've been trying to get through Persona 3 first? Man, that'll take you a while. Those games are long, Avid Demon. I'll tell you, I love Persona games. I love Persona 3. I love Persona 4. I love Persona 5. But I'll tell you, the only one I have actually beaten myself, rather than just, you know, watch the Let's Play of or something, is Persona 5. Those games, they're long, and the combat, I do think, eventually, and like the grinding, gets the better of like the story progression parts. You want to do the Xenoblades 2 as well? You play a lot of JRPGs. I'll tell you, I don't play that many myself. Just like the Paper Marios I love, though I sort of struggle calling them JRPGs. I like the Pokemon games. Chrono Trigger is fantastic. Mother 3, Earthbound. Persona, I love Persona. You beat Persona 5 twice? Me too. You beat Original and Royal. I did Original twice. I have definite plans, and this is true. I definitely plan to one day go and do Royale. And it'll be a big thing on this here channel. For a while, you'll probably see a lot of Persona 5 Royale streams. Maybe the idea that I have, and I'm not sure if this is a good idea, let me just say that as a disclaimer. I'm not sure if this is a good idea, but the idea that I have... This guy's nearly had me dead. Built him. Royale is probably your favorite of all time. I mean, it better be. It's just Persona 5, but with more stuff, right? The idea that I have for Persona 5 Royale is that when I want to have a break from Mario Maker, you know, and maybe spend some time away, my quote-unquote main game will be Persona 5 Royale for a time, and I will, you know, play it like 3 hours a week, I guess, or 5 hours a week until we actually get through it. Maybe a few extra streams as well, I don't know. Maybe like 4 hours a week at a time, and that would be what? That'd probably be a lot of weeks, actually. Where are we going now? We're going to the big tree, so not this one, the other one. Like I said, I don't know if that's a good idea. Maybe we would have to, like, increase to, like, more streams per week to get through it. Or, like, more streams of it a week. Maybe, like, shorter streams, but, you know, maybe, like, I don't fucking know, but, like, we might have to pick up the pace if we want to do Persona 5 Royale as, like, a Mario Maker break. Because it'd probably take a while. I'm also, you know, obviously, a lot of my audience comes for the Mario Maker. I do wonder how much how much it's gonna be like, okay, if I just go and play 150 hours of an RPG as my main game for a bit. I don't know if that sounds like a good idea, but certainly it is one that I've had. He's going somewhere dark, so we're headed to the dark world now. We're heading to Gloomsville, Gloomsnut, whatever it's called. Your favorite game of all time? Oh shit! I read that as favorite game. And I guess I sort of read that, you know, looked at that and so like said like, oh yeah, like your favorite Persona game. Gotcha. But no, favorite game of all time. Wow. I'll say, I love that game. I love Persona 5. It isn't quite on my top 5 list. Nor the top 10, I suppose, as well, but it's definitely up there. It's an all-time favorite for sure. I fucking meant to tattle that guy. I didn't think about that. Sometimes I just don't think. Sometimes I just don't think. My all-time favorite games, and I have 2 of them because I'm indecisive, are Donkey Kong Country 2, which again, come by tomorrow for Donkey Kong Country 2, 1, 2, and 3. Donkey Kong Country 2 and Super Mario Odyssey. Those are the top 2. TTYD is top 5 though. It is right up there. I love TTYD. I love this game. It's fantastic. It does have a lot of backtracking in it, but you know, I don't mind it that much. It's fun. It's creative. It has a lot of good shit in it. You become a wrestler and you solve mysteries on a train. What more is there to love? Ugh. I guess other, some of my other games that are on my top list are also like similarly like in gee, there are a lot of them here, but they'll die to an Ultra Hammer, so whatever. I am a little low, but it is fine. Not like these guys can do that much damage. And if I do this Ultra Hammer properly, it'll just kill them all. Come on, fall over. I played through it twice in the same year, basically when it came out, and also shortly after, shortly before Game of the Year. Sort of just replaying it in order to get a feel for it. Alright, perfect. Paddle that pink one. Spunnia. Look at that. That's a lot. Need my man Sundrop to go across this gap. Okay. Second time is the trick. Third time's the charm. That's the popular expression. It's true. You think the first Mario game you played was Mario Party 8? Wow, that's gotta be like the rarest answer to what's your first Mario game. Mario Party 8. That's the one on the Wii? Oh shit, I timed it wrong. You know what we need right now? We need, let's just use the Super Shroom. Or I could use the Yoshi. No, I don't have enough. You like that game a lot. The one on the Wii? Wow. That is a very interesting pick. I guess that's not a pick. That's... First Mario game I played, that would be All-Stars. No, that's not true. It would be Super Mario 64. I have sort of a weird history with Super Mario 64 insofar as, when I first played it, I was new to video games altogether. One might say it was my first proper video game. And I just didn't get it. I played it, and I was 5 or 4 or whatever. No, that's not true. It came out in '96, so I was 6 or 7. I was 6 or 7 at the time, and I could barely figure out like where I was supposed to go or what I was supposed to do. So my parents said, 3D games, kind of incomprehensible, huh? And they returned Mario 64 on the N64 and went and got a SNES which had DKC included with it. And I fucking love DKC, so worked out perfectly. Let's do a sweet feast. The only Nintendo stuff you had before the Wii was Game Boy and Advance, and you only played Pokemon on those. I wonder how many people actually had that experience, right? Like Pokemon being their only Game Boy game. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people did that. The only GameCube game Avid Demon played was Batman Begins game. Is that what it was called? Batman Begins game? Batman Begins game. That's probably what it was literally called, right? Well, I'll give it a 50-50. It was either called Batman Begins, the game, or just Batman Begins. It was the game of the Batman movie, yeah. I'll tell you. I figured that one out through context clues. This is a much better way to do it. It's much cheaper to do it with this guy. Oh, and they're all dead now, so that's good. Now I'm free to get all the stars. That's the only Christopher Nolan Batman video game, isn't it? Is it? That's interesting that they never made another one. I guess, like, video game tie-ins were kind of on the way out at that point, right? Like, honestly, like, you could probably name the successful video game tie-in games on one hand, right? GoldenEye. I think you're done. Oh, GoldenEye. Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. I think you're done then. Any others you want to chime in? I still got 3 fingers left. Episode 1 Racer rules, though. It definitely deserves to be on the finger. Episode 1 Racer is better than like pod racing in the actual movies. Video games tied to movies specifically? Yes. That were good and people liked them. Those are the 2 requirements. They have to be good and people had to like them. I'm sure there are ones that were bad that people also liked, but you know, not quite. I think what I am talking about in this case. Remember when people thought like people liked that Peter Jackson King Kong game? Are you sure that wasn't just because of achievements? The Spider-Man games. 3. Spider-Man 2. Good call, Avid Demon. Spider-Man 2 was very good at the time. Maybe it would be less good going back to it. You know what? I got an idea. I'm gonna put on my list of games I want to play Spider-Man 2 GameCube. I have it. Let me 1 second here. Ooh, the lighting makes it very harsh. You love the King Kong game. That, how about Rockstar's The Warriors? That is also very well regarded, isn't it? Yeah. I don't have that one, though. I never played that one. King Kong game gave you a sense of phobia of centipedes. Centophobia, maybe. That's what I would call that if I were naming the affliction. Rockstar's The Warriors gotta be on the list. Yeah, that's... I think we're up to 4, or are we counting King Kong? Oh, I think we're counting King Kong based on what y'all are saying. So 5. You like the Fantastic Four game, even though it was probably bad. I think that means we can't put it on the list. Like I said, it has to be good and people like it. Good and liked. Both. Both. There's gotta be like one that's on my shelf right now that I'm forgetting. I'm eyeing my shelf right now for like old adaptations. Nope, not seeing anything. Ratchet and Clank. That's the other way. Ratchet and Clank is the other way. Oh, wait. Was that a Ratchet and Clank that was like based on the movie, based on the game? That is, yeah, that's a gray area. Hey, where's my boy? My boy should be here. General White. Where did he go? We will never know. Anyway, now that we've found out that General White has sort of gone to the wind, we're just gonna have to give up, and we're just gonna have to return to Snowland and say like, oh, we couldn't find him. Them's the breaks, I guess. The Revenge of the Sith game? I had the DS version of the Revenge of the Sith game. I thought it was okay. The space combat was kind of fun. I don't know, it's like quite to the level of GoldenEye and Spider-Man 2 and like the other ones on the list. Rockstar's the what's it? Rockstar's the bully, or not bully, the Warriors. Speaking of Rockstar, I will say, by the way, one of my plans for future content, after we finish TTYD, after I finish TTYD, didn't people like the Lord of the Rings games? I have no idea. Like, based on the movies? Maybe. After I finish TTYD, the next game Let's run away again. The next game I have on my docket, the next game I have queued up, is Grand Theft Auto 5. Now, I don't know how that game handles its licensed music, and I'm gonna have to get the upgraded port of it anyway. So hopefully it has some sort of, like, you know, copyright streaming mode on it, so it doesn't, like, run afoul of government agencies or whatever, you know, how they do. Lord of the Rings people were really liked at the time. I'll tell you, I've heard nothing about them. Return of the King in particular, people loved. Wow. I've seen zero gameplay. I played the later Lord of the Rings games, like Shadow of Mordor was fantastic. Everyone loved Shadow of Mordor. Alright, we gotta talk to the guy. We couldn't find the guy we were looking for. He's just gone. There he is! There he is. He's right there. Not so lost after all. Oh, I guess I didn't upgrade my guys before leaving town. I do have 6 star sprites, but it's fine. Honestly, I don't really want to upgrade anyone else that I have that much anyway. We'll be fine. We'll do upgrades before going into the final area, the final dungeon. Which, of course, will be next week. Next week will be the last chapter of TTYD. And then Grand Theft Auto will be the next order of business. Also, by the way, I am thinking about doing streaming a little bit of Heroes of the Storm at some point. I used to play a lot of that game, played it a ton. And kind of in the mood to play a little bit of a MOBA after playing a little bit of Pokemon Unite. You know, like a real, actual, honest-to-God MOBA. and going back to Heroes would be cool. In fact, the other day I saw another streamer that I like, that is, you know, that is cool, and he was playing a little bit of Heroes of the Storm, and we might do some collab sometime soon, playing some Heroes of the Storm together. Wouldn't that be interesting? And I imagine we would be co-streaming, both streaming at the same time, and you know, doing some MOBA action. I don't know when that'll be, or if that'll be like how we'll do that, but I think that'd be fun. I would have played with him then and there, honestly, but had other things to do on Saturdays. I'm sort of always preoccupied Saturday days. Okay, let's go. Where do I go? Where do you want me? Hey. Yeah, let's do it. Just talk to this guy? Oh, I need to talk to the general. The boss guy. The boss bomb. That's it. That's it. Alright, folks, get ready for a little bit of a scene. We can be shot to the moon now. I'm just gonna hit the button. Come this way. Meantime. Alright. Here we go. Also, by the way, I didn't... You know what? Another thing that's come out today. You know what? Let's enjoy this cutscene, and then I'll tell you about the disappointing reviews of Saints Row, the video game, the reboot of Saints Row the Third, Saints Row the franchise rebooted into Saints Row the reboots. We'll talk about that after we are launched to the moon. Trying to decipher now. What's up with... Okay. Something. Okay. Let's go. Here we go. This is a good bit. For those of you who haven't seen this before. And for a treat. By the way, I assume the volume has been good this whole time. Like, you can hear me just good. The game is also quite reasonably loud. Hope it's all in tune. Here comes the cannon. That is a massive cannon. I guess it makes sense that they would be the cannon thing. Volume's good, says Siegel. Fantastic. Hey, how you doing? Thanks for coming back. We're launching to the moon. That is one big cannon, says BL Raven Wizard. How you doing, BL Raven Wizard? I always like that name. That will shoot Mario to the moon. That's right. They're doing their calculations. Adjusting. You're doing well, thanks. Fantastic. This is something TTYD does a lot. The crowd shots, where they get like a whole bunch of NPCs all at once. And then they all do a thing, and it's all very cinematic and fun and cool. It's good. I guess that's something they maybe couldn't have done on the original Paper Mario just due to the limitations of the N64. Crowds. You couldn't have too many sprites on the screen, probably. It's also a little bit of Mario 64, isn't it? Like in Mario 64, you were jumping into cannons and, you know, being blasted out from cannons that came out of hatches. Have you played Mario Luigi Partners in Time. I have. It's really good. I do think that game is a little underappreciated. It's sort of underrated as far as the overall series goes. It's probably, to me, the second best. I'll say Bowser's Inside Stories has higher highs, but Bowser's Inside Stories also has lower lows. And I really don't like the emphasis on mini games that came in on Inside Story. Inside Story has way too many mini games. But also, playing as Bowser in Inside Story is phenomenal. So, it's a mixed bag.
Oh yeah.
Hey, let's rock out with our you-knows. We're on the moon. This is, by the way, the moon. This is just like Odyssey, you're right. Suddenly Odyssey, except this moon is more yellow, sort of cheese-colored than the Odyssey moon, which is more like neutral-colored, more white. I think both takes are cool, though. Both takes on the moon are quite cool. Check for churches and weddings. Yeah, I guess it's both of these games are canon. So On the Moon is both a secret base and also a bunch of wedding planners that just plan weddings. Going to bed, Turbucket. Good night. You have a good one. Four and 3. Okay, let's go ahead and do a tattle. I bet, let's see, Moon Cleft, max XP is 6. Well, let's do another Ultra Hammer and that'll kill it. Kill both of them even. I will keep an eye out for churches. I recall, though, it's strictly a Mario Odyssey original. I don't really want to fight these guys. Not really gonna be worth my time, I don't think. Oh, I guess I am like one away from leveling up, so. Ow. I can't walk very fast in this old moon environment. Too much moon. I guess I can art attack and kill them all really quickly because they don't have that much health. And also I'm about to level up, so I will gain stuff. But I think if I'm gonna kill anyone, I want to kill some of these guys in the next room, right? Jesus Christ! You really can't get away from these guys. It's not with her out. Maybe if I was riding my Sun Drop, that would help. Sun Drop is the name of my Yoshi. Okay. There's too many of these damn guys. Too many. Too many. All right. On. Yes. Fuck those moon guys. Moon rocks. They're just hanging out, minding their own business, and I'm just coming through. Avoiding the first strike there is hard. Okay. First we gotta tattle the XEX. By the way, these are just a genetic improvement. So these are artificial beings. I think I can kill them by just jumping on them. Yep. I have enough power to do that. Makes one of those, and that makes a shield. I need to tattle that guy as well. In this game, when you tattle, you get a diary entry, and that is worth, you know, that is, you know, completion, right? And you want to get that as complete as possible. Right? Kill that guy. Now let's kill this guy. You'd be able to kill it in one hit, even if you didn't have, like, power pluses. I think so, right? Because you would do 6 damage before, but then you spend an FP, and then you can do it on one shot. Just normal style, no worries. More BP. I haven't gotten BP in a while. Could use some. Oh, I do have a P up, D down. I don't need ice power at this point. Hammer throw, fuck that. I could put on defense plus. Take a little less damage. Quake hammer is probably really good. I should put on Quake hammer. Damage dodge, unequip that, and equip instead. Where is defense plus? Alright, gonna slowly walk over here. We need to get over there. Okay, fuck. I want to kill this guy. These guys are immune to bombs, right? So this is not gonna do anything against it. Well, the mist anyway would have caused it to miss. Normal hammer ought to do the trick. Nope. Work bringing the crowd to the moon, somehow. Oh, this is the moon crowd. You know, they're sort of native to the area. Just like how when Bowser was holding his wedding here, they figured out how to get it here to attend. You know, they wouldn't miss it for the world. Is that a pun? Wouldn't miss it for the world? Can you attack the one on the... No, you can't. Well, you can attack the one that's... Oh, that's actually perfect. That guy's done for. Seagull thinks it's a good one. Thank you. Glad you think so. Alright, I have fought 2 battles in order to get 1 star piece, which I don't think we'll have enough by the end of the game to actually get the second power plus P, but you know, that is an option. I should get more health by the end of the game. After we beat the end of the game, I think we're going to have one more stream where I actually take on and finish the Pit of 100 Trials, and I'm going to have to repair a bunch of like items and stuff, make sure we're all loaded for bear as far as live streams and stuff goes. It's Mario. I'm Mario. That's right. That's what I'm always saying. That's what we always say when you see Mario. You say, that's Mario, leaning over. You know that meme? You know that classic meme? That's... What is that from? What was the context of that meme? Wasn't it, it was, the movie. It was a movie. Guy's buffing himself. What a dingus. I'm gonna kill you next turn. You really don't have time for me to be buffing yourself. It was that movie about a character, and the name of the character is the movie's name. It's sort of a eponymous character. I think it's a robot. Leaned over to your date and said, that's what's his face. Y'all remember who that was about? It's not quite coming to me, you know? Let me Google. Let me Google. Whispers. Whisper to date. That's Chappie. That's right. It was Chappie from the movie Chappie, about the robot that loved to. What did the robot love to do? Cool robot. Loved to hang out and shit. I guess. I don't know. Let's kill some more of these guys. They're pretty much chumps. I think we'll be able to kill them real easy like. Oh, how much health do they have? Also, I fucked that up. Can't fuck up many more action commands. Well, actually, I can fuck up as many as I want. Okay, good. Regular jumps should be able to kill these guys. I don't want to kill that guy because he can turn invisible. Should be annoying. Sure, go ahead and kill that guy. You got it. Good work, Goombella. Ah. Ooh, boo sheet. Isn't the boo sheet something else in the first game? What is the boo sheet in the first game? I forget. Like an invisible mushroom or like... Oh, this is a puzzle, by the way. Boo sheet. Place. It replaces repel gel. That's right. Oh, hang on. There's a joke in chat. Did you hear about the guy that spent an arm and a leg on early access to TTYD? No, I didn't. I didn't even know there was early access to TTYD. You know, being kind of... It was kind of before before early access, I would think, so that's quite unusual. He's alright. Well, I'm happy to hear he's alright. Oh, he spent an arm and a leg, I get it. I'm sorry, that's just, you know, it's sort of, you ever see Arrested Development? They did that joke already. There was a doctor. The literal doctor. They go to him and he says like, oh, well, he'll be all right. And they say, good, finally some good news from this doctor. There's no other way to interpret that. The doctor says, you're taking it very well. If I was receiving this news, I wouldn't take it this way. And Lucille says, but you said he was all right. And the doctor says, yes, he's lost the use of his right hand, and there's his left hand, and he is all right. And they say, you son of a bitch. I hate this doctor. He's a very literal man. You have not seen that, but you know the joke isn't all that new. Yeah, someone else you always knew has made a all-right joke. It's all right though. It's cool. I could have killed them maybe all at once if I had done like a ground pound, then used my Goombella to finish off the big guy, big tough guy. Rest of the development, it's a good show. I do wonder how well it like aged, if that makes sense. It's really good. It's funny. This is good music. Hey, buddy. Okay, here we go. We're gonna finish the turn this turn. Because I equipped this Quake Hammer. That's gonna absolutely kill these guys. It's gonna do like, what, 5 damage? 5 damage. Perfect. More than enough to kill all those motherfuckers. Heart Finder. Do I have a key card yet? I don't remember the access code. I do not remember the access code. You could probably just put it in if you did remember it. I don't. So let's go downstairs and do a little more puzzle solving. Nope, that's not downstairs. That's upstairs. They changed the UI on the Twitch app again. I see that they set it up so that now if you want to go, wait a minute. Okay, if you're live, I guess they didn't change it. It's just that if you're live, the creator mode is always like a step away. That must be it. I was wondering earlier when I was starting up, I didn't see it on the thing. I guess it's only like, it's context sensitive or something. Nice. Alright. Beat these guys' asses. Ooh, a new person to tattle. Let me kill that guy. We will tattle the PhD X-Naught. They do some bad stuff, but you know what? I'm gonna attack. I'm gonna kill it, and I'm just gonna jump on it, and it'll be dead. Doesn't have any defense even, so super dead. Super dead. Alright, let's see what we have here. Another elevator. Kill this guy dead right here, right now. Oh boy! That's a lot of guys. Let's art attack on them. Fuck those guys. It would take too many turns to just deal with them all one at a time. Let's just art attack and be done with it. Oh yeah, I forgot. Before we launched the moon, I was gonna talk about the disappointing reviews of Saints Row, the remake. I'll say this. It's not terribly surprising, is it? I feel like as soon as people were seeing like the first footage of Saints Row, the remake, like the first trailer, you knew in the back of your head like, ah, this ain't right. Left, right, middle. Hang on. Left, right, middle. Perfect. Okay. And the code is 1429. Perfect. All right, we have the code, we have the thing. You can go back and do things now. What's over here though? Anything? Oh shit, this is a tough guy. Right here. Go ahead and tattle this guy for us. We might have to, read as cross yucks, not X yucks. That's a weird detail. But that's how they do it in Japanese. I guess technically a lot of the X knocks are actually... Wait. If that's a cross yucks, not an X yucks, does that mean that the X knots are also cross knots? I think these guys have defense, right? Whatever. I don't need the tattle on their little guys. Are they supposed to be cross knots? Because that's not as cool. X, the word X is definitely cooler than word X. X is definitely cooler than cross. I don't think you can, I don't think there's any arguing with that. That's just science. That's just science. Is there a way up into the ceiling from here? No, that's like you have to fall down from the ceiling in here. Right. So I think with the code and the stuff, we now have the way forward to the next area. We just have to do things. You know, did you hear about the DDD nuts? I did not, no. what was the story with the DDD nuts. I like how in this chapter there's a bunch of like the previous enemies that you fought, like just mixed in, right? Like with the why nots from the yuxes from earlier in the game, except now they're very useless. They're these nuts. Ah ha 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 ha. Plural of D's, yes. I got it. Got it. These nuts. 30, 30, 30. You got 30 of everything. So Saints Row. Not especially surprised that it's, like, come across very middling to reviewers. You know, I kind of think that that sort of... Honestly, when I first saw the trailer, I wasn't really impressed by what they were doing. I felt like they didn't have the feel right, you know? They didn't have the right vibes, they didn't nail what they were going for. If indeed they were going for anything much at all. Just off the mark, I suppose. And yeah, not surprising. I guess we'll see, right? And apparently the thing is, it's not just that it's like mediocre and like it's kind of just a mediocre open world game. It's also very unstable, which is, you know, just very unfortunate. It couldn't even fail just on the basis of like, oh, it's kind of average. It also has to fail on the basis of like, oh, it's also just won't load at a certain point and just won't stop crashing. What does the fuck his head rail do? Confuse enemies if word superbly. Nah. Let's see, I guess Power Bounce. What is Power Bounce? One enemy until you miss a... Sure, why not? Everyone loves Power Bounce. That's one of the most popular badges. And it lets you pile on damage on a single guy. I think what I want is the one that's run over. Yeah, we want to go in this one. We need that cog. Need that cog. Need it real bad. There we go. Cooper. Sorry, Coops. Go ahead and get the thing. By the way, check this out. Hit the button. And we're back somewhere. We've been teleported. But where? That's right, it's under Roguesport. I don't think we actually went here before, this little area, but this is a little secondary town area that has like a shop and some NPCs hanging out in the ruins below the town. Roguesport is kind of cool. It has this whole ruins area, like below the regular area, where like people hang out and I guess they discuss like being criminals or whatever. You know, just like hanging out and shit. Back to the moon. Oh shit, does that respawn all a bunch of guys? Probably does, doesn't it? That's always how these work. Motherfucker. It's fine, you know what? We already did the things on this level, so we can just head back up and you know, methodically take care of business. Okay. Look at that, he's dead. He's dead, oh no, Quake Hammer. I only do 5 with the Quake Hammer, so I need to actually charge it up. Otherwise, I don't think I would necessarily kill all those guys from one go. stopwatch. And the code. O14 029. That's it. That's right. That's the code. Ah. It's quiz time. That's right. I'm the guy. Oh no, it's quiz time again. Did I say it was quiz time already? It's quiz time. It's the 66th quiz. You know, the last time it was 65, now it's 66. It's like an elevator key. It could have been a card key though, just as easily. Kubiku. Goomba, Lava Beetle, Buzzy Beetle, and Boo. How many feet do they have? 2, 6, D feet. That's a funny answer. Okay, next question. Where was the one and the only Diamond Star? Diamond Star, huh? I think that was the Cobalt Star. I think Glitzville was yellow, so not the Diamond Star. Either Hooktail or Poshley. What was... I think it's Poshley. No, it must have been Hooktail. Must have been Hooktail. Prince Mush. Here we go. We got an extra hard one coming our way. That's not a hard one. They lost a ring. I remember that. I remember it, and it took like a while to find. And he had to apologize like 100 times. That really sticks in your memory. You don't forget side quests like that. You might as well ask, like, how many places did General White go to that you had to chase him down? You know, it seems like a hard question, but honestly, it's like, yeah, I just did that. I remember that very vividly. Actually, not gonna forget a thing like that. Nope. Nope. Now on our crowd, by the way, you can see the crowd is made up of enemies. The enemies from this game. So if you're wondering like how the Koopas and Toads got into the base, they didn't. They weren't allowed in. They had to wait at the door. And instead now our audience is all X-Nauts who are just like morbidly watching their buddies get defeated. Suppose. Alright. Left, right, middle, right? I mean left, right, middle. Correct. Okay, this is a brand new idea for a minigame that no one's ever done. Is that lined up well enough? Yeah, it's fine. This is a very fair crane game, actually. I don't think I really need feeling fine, though. But why not? We're here. Let's get it. Let's get that, cheddar. We missed. Just keep it in position, please. Okay. Hold down the button. Yeah. There we go. What does feeling fine do? I forget what it does, even. I think it's like some sort of status effect immunity. But you know, hey, could be useful against the right enemies. Typically, I just like to power through and immune to poison or dizziness. That's not that useful. It'd be great if it was immunity against like sleeping as well, or like frozenness. Like that would be an invaluable, valuable badge in a lot of circumstances. It's a smiley face, says Almost Seagull. That's right. That's exactly what it is. This is a smiley face for your partner. All right, we are feeling fine P. Feeling fine P. Feel like P might not have the same connotations in Japanese than it does in English. If you're like, I'm sort of wondering if they knew that, like, oh yeah, P. That's, no, we kind of use that. Sort of has a connotation. Not a connotation, it means a thing. God damn it. Buttoning through these menus too fast. In English, you know, kind of. If you're feeling fine after a feeling fine P, that doesn't mean a feeling fine for your partner. In English, typically. No, it means something else entirely. It's a good thing. Good thing, but it's kind of not something for polite conversation. Speaking of fine, in one of the first English classes, there were signs saying forbidden to do X. Fine X. It's fine if you and you thought it's fine if you pay that amount. One of the first English classes. You mean like one of the first English classes in your like school curriculum, school system that you did? Seagull is of course from like the Netherlands, or like is it called the Netherlands, or is it the Netherlands? Yeah. So English as a second language then, or do you guys learn it at the same time, like from family or whatever? I know that like it's like a really the world right now, it's very globalized, right? And English is sort of the language of like the language of mass media and shit. So I imagine that like a lot of people just learn it from like TV or movies, or like, you know, or they have to learn it. It's very common to know English here. Yeah. I know that like you know, I have a lot of coworkers in like India and like other countries as well, and I know that like, yeah, pretty much everyone knows English as like, for like collaborating and worldwide, English is the language of meetings. You know what I mean? Like if you want to work in a company that's a global, worldwide company, you need to learn English. Or maybe like, I guess maybe there are companies out there that do Chinese or something, and you know, I don't know. Is that the case? Like, are there Chinese companies out there like doing the same as us, or at least as like English companies that are like looking for like I wouldn't be surprised actually. I guess, you know, obviously India and China are right next door. Would make sense if India also does a lot of outsourcing for China as well, and maybe it's also pretty common to learn Chinese to do that. Or maybe they hate each other's guts because they're neighbors and they really are on bad terms with each other and wouldn't necessarily have that as a default. I don't know. It all varies, doesn't it? I think I heard at some point there's like, they don't really like each other necessarily, China and India, which, like I said, makes sense. You know, a lot of bad blood, a lot of history there. I mean, less history than them, than like China and Japan, but like, still, there's a lot is there not? Here we have followed the line. Not get ahead of ourselves. Coconut sucks. Why do we have a coconut on us? Yeah, China and Japan don't like each other. Yep. I mean, it makes sense. There were some, put it lightly, some atrocities that Japan visited upon China during World War II that, honestly, Japan would like it if just, you know, everyone were to forget about those atrocities and that they never happened, which is, you know, doesn't really engender China much to liking them, you know. It's just like very sensitive topic, very sensitive shit. You know that, and of course Hong Kong as well. There's some sensitive topics out there in the world. How many keys do we have right now? Card key, card key. Need one more card key. I think I've heard, like, there's a lot of that sort of thing around, right? Like, you know, there are certainly, like, border countries that kind of hate each other for a lot of various reasons, right? And that's actually pretty common as far as, like, a relationship to have with a neighbor. Not everyone likes their neighbor. I'm pretty sure. What are you doing here in the bathroom, buddy? Let's kill this guy. There are a few countries that not liking each other very much. You don't think China is well liked by a lot of countries? That's fair as well. That's fair as well. No. I think there is a lot of, like, aren't they out there doing stuff in, like, Africa or whatever, being pretty cool? You know, sort of giving a lot of aid to African countries. Probably those African countries like them. But, you know, as the rivals of the US, they're not really, the USA, for its money, doesn't appreciate the competition. No. No. For my money, it's like, you know, there's some thought of, like, you know, like, oh, you should be scared. The Chinese government is out doing things. And my honest reaction to anything like that, anything of that sort of ilk is like, yeah, I don't know. Here's the thing about China. They're all the way in another country. They're like halfway across the world. They can't do anything to me. I really... what's more scary is, like, authoritarianism in our own country, in our own backyard. And, like, you know, what's the worst China could do if it got your data? They could maybe advertise to you really well, you know? They're not exactly a direct threat to me. I understand, of course, for the people who, like, live in their own backyard. Here's the last of the keycard puzzles. You know, I obviously... It's not so nice for them, right? If they are under the yoke of the Chinese government, but for me personally, like, there are a lot of bad or, like, totalitarian empires out there. There are a lot of empires out there, including the one I live in. But China doesn't do much for me. You took let's see, it is the Belt and Road thing. They mostly do that to expand their influence and get in countries in debt to them, you think. Gotcha. You took a whole college class on Chinese political history, and it was interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's certainly a lot of it. They have a very long and storied history, probably, like, second only to the, like, Roman Empire in terms of, like, length of history, right? Like, and unlike the Roman Empire, I do know a thing or two about Rome and like the various eras of it. I have listened to the History of Rome podcast. I have watched HBO's Rome. Unlike Rome, I actually don't know nothing about China's history, which is long and full of stuff, you know? I do try to keep, like, as far as China goes, a little bit of... I try to, like, have some perspective on it, right? Like, I don't want to assume the worst or anything. I also understand they are up to stuff that is shady all the time. But, you know, such as being an empire, right? The US does a lot of other shady stuff, and so it's like, yeah. One of these days, you wouldn't mind learning Chinese. Seems like it's a fun thing to do. Really? I've been learning Japanese for the last such and such years. I'm not, like, that good at it. I just sort of, you know, plug away at it and do, like, a Duolingo. I do, like, a Duolingo every day, you know. I keep up with that, and also Lingo Deer. Which, by the way, an important thing to know about both of those things is, like, it won't necessarily teach you the language, right? It'll teach you to be good at Duolingo, but you've also been learning Japanese for the last couple of years. Feel like it would help with learning Chinese? Yeah, probably. The thing about Japanese, which always gives me, like, that's the hardest part, other than, like, everything else. Other than, like, everything, I think, like, the hardest part is kanji. Just, like, learning how to read it and how you pronounce the words. It's just so much to get the head around. How have you found that, Avid Demon? Have you managed to get your head around kanji? Started recognizing it if you're doing Duolingo or whatever? I bet, like, you know, with Chinese, there's no phonic language, right? There's no katakana, there's no hiragana. So you would have to learn kanji, and that's, you know, that's it. Then again, there is simplified Chinese, right? Which is like Chinese characters but simplified. Maybe that would be, like, easier to learn. You love kanji, you practice every day? I mean, I technically practice the Japanese every day, and I feel like I'm like nowhere close. I'll tell you, sometimes I'm just like I'll be honest, sometimes I'm just doing it to keep the streak alive, you know, in Duolingo. I'll go in there and just be like, yeah, give me the first lesson again. Yeah, the one where you learn red and blue. Yeah, red, blue, white, 776. Yep, got it all. Thank you, good night. This is because I like to do the Duolingo, like, at the first possible opportunity. Like, when midnight rolls around, I'm just like, okay, it's time. And as a result, I like to do it before I go to sleep. And if I want to not spend, like, you know, 10, 30 minutes working on a lesson, I'll instead just do, like, the quickest thing I can do, right? That'll take, like, 3 minutes. And that probably doesn't really help me learning Japanese, does it? But still, my streak is alive, so, you know, it's impossible to say whether it's good or bad, what I'm doing. Dang it. You haven't really messed around with Japanese Duolingo. You have a kanji book that has most of the ones you need to know, and you learn grammar from a website. What website? Just like a blog, kinda? What are we talking? Can Vivian actually kill this guy? I don't think Vivian will be able to put out the damage needed to kill. Yeah, just short. Kibb's grammar guide is pretty good. Gotcha. I think I've seen that before. There's some interesting... The fire killed him. There's some interest... You know, I think that, I think the most interesting thing about Japanese grammar is, like, the way that conjugation works. and how like you can conjugate words in all sorts of ways to, give them all sorts of meanings. I think that's really interesting, and I wish I could say that I've been working to commit that to memory well, but mostly I just sort of, learn it, and then eventually I forget it. They say, like, the best way to learn a language is through immersion, Just go to Japan and just, like, live there for a while, and you'll pick it up. Or, like, if you actually need to use it to get around and, like, communicate, you'll actually commit to memory, and it'll stick. You try to read Japanese news articles now every few days, though that doesn't always happen. Gotcha. And, I'll say the thing about Duolingo is that it is a commitment. Well, I say it is a commitment. It's more of a psychological thing, right? Like, when you've been going at it for 1,500 days, you're not going to be like, okay, this is the last day, we're done. Instead, you're going to be like, no, the streak has to stay alive. I am not losing at like 1,600. It's going to go on. The number is going to continue to go up. Number cannot go down. Got the card key. Good. Number must go up. That sounds like possibly more useful. I've really been trying to think. I say I've really been wanting, but that's kind of an exaggeration. That's sort of a fib, if you were, because I haven't been really trying much of. I haven't been trying that hard, right? But one thing I've really been wanting is a better way to like learn kanji, right? And like learn to like play around with kanji and understand like the ways in which the pronunciations change in certain contexts and the various ways you can read them. Because like I really feel like right now I just have like very little conception of kanji and just don't know what to do. The hardest part of learning is that it's mostly up to you to learn everything. You also don't get to practice it since there aren't any Japanese people where you live. Yeah, totally. Like, the best you can do for practice is to, like, read stuff, watch anime, that sort of thing, which, hey, that's fun. But, like, maybe not as useful as other alternatives may be. Got onto the platform. Perfect. Folks, you know what that is? Well, you don't know what that is. Let me tell you what that is. This here is the path to the end of the chapter. That's right. Through this door here is a guy. And we're going to have to make extra sure not to die to him because we haven't saved in a bit. But I don't think it's going to be a problem. We'll kick his ass. We'll kick his ass good. Time to kick ass. Buh-ha-ha. He's been waiting. He actually lured us here so that he could take all of our crystal stars. This was a trap. I see. Well, why don't I just kick your ass and take your crystal star and that'll be that. That sounds like a plan to me. Does it sound like a plan to all of y'all? I will say there's some kanji I like almost recognize, when I see them, I'm like, okay, I think these ones go together. You wasn't really good at learning kanji until you got the book. It has been super helpful. I don't know where you would be without it. Gotcha. I bet that sort of thing would help a lot. I've been really looking for like a, I have tried a couple of kanji apps before and just none of them seem to be like exactly what I'm looking for. I'd really like something where it just like introduced kanji one at a time, sort of showed you like the various ways in which they can be read, and let you play around with them by like forming words made out of the kanji that you know, and sort of testing you like how is this read, and forcing you to really come to an understanding of like how the kanji that you're learning is used, rather than just using it without thinking. Also, I really should just like, you know, the thing that is obvious is that practice makes perfect, right? And the fact is, I barely ever actually practice with people, or barely ever. I'm sort of like, I feel shame. Maybe shame is the wrong word. I feel embarrassed at the idea of like, oh, just talking in Japanese. That would feel really embarrassing. I feel like I feel like unprepared, you know? Even though I've been working at it for like years and years, it's like, no. I feel like I'm really rough, and maybe it wouldn't come off as well as I would like. That's basically what the book is. You earn them in order, and it has ways to memorize. That's neat. How about a... No, don't use a boost sheet right here. We're fucking fine. We're fucking fine. I'll use a Rally Wink, though. Rally Wink is a really good move. Let's Mario get a second move. Oh, fucking... Fucking fog. Sometimes you can't win. I'm gonna Rally Wink again. Feel like just letting Mario do the thing is gonna be more efficient than letting Goombella get a shot. He just deals so much fucking damage. He is up against the ropes. That is true. You're up against the ropes, that's right. Uh-oh. Got an ace up his sleeve. Haha! Eat this! Whoa, that's bad. Don't worry though, I have a life stream, it's fine. Jeez though, that's a strong move. Maybe the assumption is you'll have some sort of defensive item by this point, but I've been going offense first. Let's Rally Wink and let Mario finish the guy off. No reason to not go for broke here. Even though the first jump will kill him. Might as well kill him, but good. I'm not much of a book person is maybe the thing. I'll consider it because like I said, I've had no luck as far as applications go, as far as finding a good one that does kanji really good. Jeez. I should know how to pronounce Japanese words at this point. It's like kanji, not kanji. I suppose you could just speak Japanese with an accent. Paul, hey Paul, you're still here. That's fantastic. You've never played any of the Paper Mario games, but they look good. That's right, they're fantastic. Well, one, Paper Mario 64 and Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, they're fantastic. Paper Mario Sticker Star is abysmal. Super Paper Mario is okay, pretty good. I think it has a lot of charm and goodness. And, well, I haven't played the other two games, the ones that are after Sticker Star, but they're probably, like, okay at best. Maybe, like, average, fun games. I think we got one Bowser intermission here. And then, maybe, like, a little bit of a conclusion to this world. And then we will be heading out. It is... What the time is it? It is 12:50. 12:50, that is a good time. That's about the right time. Yeah. So let's wrap this up. Bowser is here in Poshley Heights. He breaks a lock. Mario RPG or Paper Mario? Paper Mario, no question. I'm not really a big fan of Mario RPG. I've always found it like to be, and this is maybe a little unfair because it came like before Mario's IP was really solidly identified. You know, before the brand was really solid. But I've always found it a little bit disconcerting, like how off-brand it is, and how it doesn't really have the right Mario flavor for me. You know, it almost feels like more of a Final Fantasy game than a Mario game. And maybe that's silly because Final Fantasy is way different and also it has not anthropomorphic characters. But it never really clicked with me. And I don't think I've actually ever finished it. Mario RPG. I've gotten as far as like the cloud area in that game, but never the part where you're actually fighting the sword guy or the Sentai squad. That's right, it's a fake one. I guess he has multiple fake ones. Best to worst? 3, 1, 2. We talking USA 2 or Lost Levels? Including Lost Levels? 3, 1, 2, Lost Levels. I would probably put World above 3, but it is close. It is close. I could go either way on that, actually. You think Mario 3 is your favorite? For me, it's definitely Odyssey. Of the Odyssey and then this game, TTYD. Oh, they're just finding out about the 1,000-year door. And finally they're heading in the right direction. Bowser isn't going to go to the moon. He ain't no fool. He is finally on the track of actual Mario. We gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of Dodge. We gotta get off the moon. And then, you know what we gotta do? Rank these: Sunshine, Galaxy, Odyssey. Odyssey,
Oh, yeah.
Sunshine, Galaxy. That is my order. That's my order. We need to do a thing, so we're gonna go down to the basement and talk to a guy, and then we're gonna head out. Odyssey is the only one you've ever played? Damn, Avid Demon. You missed a chance to get 64 Odyssey and Galaxy, or sorry, 64 Sunshine and Galaxy when it was, you know, available on Switch. I think you could probably still get it off, like, used, you know, a used copy of the physical 3D World thing. I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't that much more than it was at launch. But those 3 games are available on Switch. The robot, the computer, not fully deleted. They're heading to the thing. Yep. Better franchise, Mario or Zelda? That is a toughie. I will say I'll say this. I think for variety and offering, you can do no better than Mario, right? You know what? I was gonna dilly-dally. I was gonna go I don't know. That's kind of a hard choice. But actually thinking about it for more than 2 seconds, it's not a hard choice at all. It's Mario. Here's the thing about Zelda. A bunch of them are really bad. Well, they're not really bad. They're somewhat bad. Your favorite Zelda is Twilight Princess? Wow. That is an unpopular choice. The thing about Zelda is Skyward Sword, Twilight Princess. You know, there's not that many of the big major games, and a good portion of them were getting old. Mario has never gotten old. You know, they've never let Mario get long in the tooth, get bloated with filler and other bullshit. There's no Skyward Sword of Mario.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe some people would say Sunshine is that, but Nah, Sunshine's great. Sunshine's kicks ass. And also, like, Mario is a lot more robust as far as like the 2D and 3D sides, both having like a respectable and solid variety and library, you know. Whereas like Zelda, 2D Zelda is basically dead. Like the last one was Link Between Worlds, and that was like 10 years ago. Whereas like, you know, there's still Mario Maker. There's still, you know, they've re-released. I guess technically they did re-release Link's Awakening, which you could count as a new game. Where's the thing? Is it... Where are we at? It's a lot more uneven, I think. Best gaming console of all time, asks Paul. I feel like the Nintendo Switch is as good an answer as any. Though, you have to say with the Switch, you know, there are like... With bigger games, right? There are definite performance issues with the Nintendo Switch. Which is why I guess you could say like, oh, the Nintendo Switch 2, whenever they do another sequel to the Switch, that is a likely contender for the best ever. So long as it's good enough where it can handle like any game you throw at it. Right? And maybe we're not quite there yet, but, you know, hey, we could be close. Alright. We're off the moon. I would say the Nintendo Switch. I could see an argument for, like, historical console. If you're talking historical console, I think there's an argument to be made for the Xbox 360. Like, as far as, like, inventing the way that a modern console is now, the Xbox 360 is responsible for a lot of the current situation, right? A lot of what gaming consoles are now started with the 360, was the first online console, one that received major upgrades, and also it went on so long that generation that tons and tons and tons of amazing games were sort of put out first and foremost on the Xbox 360. You know? That was sort of an era where, like, people were saying things like, man, it's all Wii 60. That's the thing. You want a Wii because you want Nintendo stuff and they make good exclusives. And you need a 360 because that's where all the other games are. Have you played any NES games? A few. I'll say I'm not the biggest NES fan. You know, like, whenever I played most NES games, I've been, like, reasonably, like, not, like, super impressed. By the way, oh, I can't afford Power Plus P. Give me that. Yeah, that's great. You had a Wii, a 360, and a PS5. Or, sorry, a PS3. Yeah, eventually I, too, had a PS3, but not for the first, not until, like, the back end of the generation. Something. I did have a SNES, yeah, but I didn't have... I'll say I didn't have that many games for the SNES. I had just, something up here. Looks like there's a shadow, but I don't know how you get up there. I had a SNES that was, like I said earlier, my first console. I had, like, 5 or 6 games. I had Mario All-Stars. I had DKC 1, 2, and 3. I had Mario Kart. And I think I had Yoshi's Island. Or I might have rented it, I forget. I either had it for own, or I had it for rental. Cannot remember which one I had. You know what, I think I got it later in the generation, so yeah, Yoshi's Island as well. And I remember I printed out a huge guide for it because, you know, Did anyone else ever do that? Where, like, you took, like, a GameFAQs guide and you printed it? Imagine doing something like that. Just having a pile of papers with, like, you know, written on it, like, okay, you're gonna want to go up here and get a red coin up here. N64? Yeah, I had an N64. N64 is fantastic. A lot of killer games. Actually, I do have one more I can power up. Lip Lock. Tease. Sure, Miss Mouse. I'd rather... You have a friend who cheated out GTA cheats? Yeah. And it was like a lot of paper, too, because it was a thick-ass guide. Printed it out, and then you had it to reference as you were playing. Ridiculous. Nowadays, you just keep it on digital. Just imagine like a fucking wad of paper with all that game info on it. Folks, we're gonna go down to the 1,000-year door. We are going to open it up, and then we're going to save. What's your favorite Zelda game? Majora's Mask. I love Majora's Mask. It's one of my top 5 games of all time. I love the fact that it like takes a environment, like a a living, breathing city, and portrays it in a way that they're like, it feels like a real place where people are out there doing their own thing. And it's not like, I am going over here in the morning, I am going over here at night, rinse, repeat. It's like, no, because there are only 3 days in this game, the people have like realistic schedules where they do things, they have stuff going on in their life, and you just sort of have to fit in where you can, and it feels very real, right? Like, oh, on day 1, this guy shows up, he checks into his hotel, unless you check in for him. What are your top 5 favorite games of all time? Mario Odyssey and DKC2 are top 2. And the rest of the top 3 are 1,000-Year Door, Majora's Mask, and Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. That's the top 5 right now. Mario Maker is top 10. Mario Maker is top 10. Mario Maker / Mario Maker 2. Definitely top 10. I think its discovery issues do hold it back a little as far as top 5 goes, but it is my Mario Maker. The thing I will always say about it, it's my favorite creative outlet, and I love it dearly. I love coming up with level ideas, putting them together, and when a level comes together and is complete, it is like the most satisfying thing in the world to me, as far as creative endeavors go. We should probably watch this. This is a pretty important scene. I can't believe I have her out during this very important scene, but that's fine. Whatever. Doesn't actually matter. Just dialogue is a little different depending on who you have. Very spooky and ominous. I think they did a great job on this scene. The door is open. Let me put in Goombella. Goombella. Folks, that's gonna do it for tonight. We played what is the worst game sequels you can think of? Paper Mario Sticker Star. That is the worst sequel I can think of. That game is an insult. Folks, that is gonna do it for tonight. It's also the game I hate most. If you were to put a gun to my head and said, like, what's your most hated game? Most miserable game? Sticker Star. Paper Mario Sticker Star. It's atrocious. I hate it. Folks, that's gonna do it for tonight. We did some viewer levels. We did a lot of viewer levels, including a lot from Paul and others. I thank you for that. I always appreciate the viewer levels, and I have a lot of fun playing them. And there were some great ones tonight. After that, we did this whole chapter of Paper Mario, which is also fun. 1,000-Year Door. Tomorrow, I'm gonna be back with this here stream. Let me get the information for that up again. That is tomorrow, 9 p.m. Central, more or less. DKC 1 through 3, 100%. All bonuses and Lost Worlds. I'll have 2 lives, and that will be refreshing at bosses. If I lose both, I switch games. And then I go DKC 1 to 2 to 3, and then back again. Should be fun. I actually have that all set up. Let me see. Just like, you know what? There's no reason why I can't go over and show that. What it looks like. It'll look something like this. Something like, it'll look something like this. You see there, we got the tries left. And there'll be ones for Donkey Kong. There'll be ones for Donkey Kong Country, and you see, like, it's perfectly framed. There's ones for Donkey Kong Country. There's ones for Donkey Kong Country 2, Donkey Kong Country 2, and there's ones for Donkey Kong Country 3. And the way it'll work is if I lose a life, I lose one. If I finish a world, beat a boss, it will refresh any lives I have lost. And if I lose both, I go around the loop and play the next game. You know, in that case, I would go to DKC from there. That'll be tomorrow. Let me go back to the GameCube real fast. Anyway, that'll be tomorrow. Hope y'all will come by then. Oh, was the thing up the whole time? Wait a minute. It's funny. Actually, on the... Oh, it wasn't blocking the thing, was it? Not really. That's fine then. That's fine then. That'll be tomorrow. Hopefully y'all will come by and watch some DKC. Should be fun. One of my favorite games of all time. Well, DKC 2 is like top 2, and the other ones are pretty good as well. Pretty fucking good. I'll bring up my regular schedule again. Mondays around 9 p.m. Mario Maker and TTYD. So next week will be the final chapter of TTYD. Look forward to that. Thursdays are variety nights. This Tuesday in particular, DKC 1 through 3, and Friday around 6 p.m. more viewer levels if that's your jam. Well, I'm gonna send you somewhere. Let me go ahead and see who is streaming right now, and I will send y'all a little bit of a raid. Again, I would hope a lot of y'all will come by tomorrow for DKC 1, 2, and 3, 100%, with stakes. I see that Plastic Bags is online. Plastic Bags was around earlier. Thank you for the stream. Says this is Tab Mock. You're welcome. This is Tab Mock. Tab Mock, right? That's how you say it. You're welcome. Very welcome. I'm gonna send you over to Plastic Bags. That is the plan for right here, right now. Let's go ahead and do this raid on Plastic Bags. Wow! Anonymous cheerer cheering 100 bits. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot. Much obliged. Anyway, it's time for the raid. Folks, again, thank you for joining me for the viewer levels earlier on, for coming along, watching me play, seeing some TTYD action. I will see you tomorrow at 9 p.m. Central for DKC 1, 2, 3 with some stakes. 2 lives, refreshing at bosses, and if I lose them both, I have to switch games. Should be fun. We'll see if we can get through any of those games in just one straight shot. I would love it if I was able to pull that off. And of course, I have to get 100%, so all bonus rooms, all collectibles, whole 9. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna send you off now. I gotta grab my mouse before I do that. 1 second. Alright. Bye, folks. Give Plastic Bags my love. Oh, before I do so, let me get Plastic Bags up in a window so I can watch the raid go in, you know. The alert and all. Okay, I'm watching. Let's go. Bye, folks. You have a good night, okay?